Wackablitz just subscribed. Tuesday. Avalia just subscribed.
Alrighty then, let's get this show on the road. Good morning, everyone. Hello, hello. Welcome. It be Tuesday. Thank you, Waka, for the resub. Thanks, Avalia, for the resub. As it is Tuesday, I'm starting with 14. It is Harvestella Anniversary Day, so I'm running the Harvestella soundtrack today, that's for certain. Ain't messing around on that front. Good morning, Shadowy. Got a video out this morning, got some editing done this morning. Let me do this real quick. Alright, I think we are all set. Let's go. Yeah, I was gonna maybe play it today, but I was like, I don't know. I don't know. Harvestella 2. Listen, if they keep posting the anniversary every year, I have to believe there's hope. And it gets a lot of engagement. All things considered, it actually does get a decent amount of engagement every time they do their anniversary post. This was like the most simple anniversary post I think they've done. But they still, you know, it's considerable. All the same, it's considerable. Alright, I've got a few minutes before the hunt train kicks up on Gilgamesh, so I'm going to get something set up in Osiris. Catholic, good morning. We have to trust. There's no reason not to trust. They've said good enough things about how it's done, and it's like the thing I like to look at is it's the only game that came out of like fall winter 2022 that has an active Twitter that posts content every year. They only post every year, but they still post. You don't see anything coming out of Dio Field Chronicles or Valkyrie Elysium. No. Well, it's not even that they never said no. It's that the director themselves openly stated that back when the game first released, it broke even, which means by now it's made money. So market it a little bit better. Let us, do our jobs. Those of us who enjoy it, and we'll probably be A-okay. Let's go to Urkelpacha. I'm going to catch a... Well, actually, hold on. Okay, no. I was going to say I need to make sure my tomes aren't overcooked. Don't want overcooked. What are they called? Overcooked tomes. Yeah, I can't wait for the very obvious. Yeah, that's definitely gonna happen. For sure. Alright. I've got a few minutes, so let me check something. Let me get to instance 1. How many people did it say were here? 19. Okay, I thought I was going to say, I thought it said more than that for a second. I was like, that's unusual. Yeah, I can get this hunt train, and then I can do the damn thing. I hope everybody had a good weekend and a good start to their week. I've been pretty busy. Alright, let's see here. I've got a few minutes to get a safe spot set up in Osiris. Hello, EO? Hello? Gotta get my Slayer tasks done. Yeah, nothing too eventful for me this week. I've just been chilling. Next week is Ticket Hell. It sure is. A part of me keeps kind of forgetting that that's a thing. Just because, I don't know, it's been so long since I had to think about it. I didn't go to the last one, so... You know, it's... my brain doesn't instinctually think of the fact that there's FanFest ticket sales soon. It needs to, but it doesn't. Listen, nobody will let me forget it, obviously. And also, it's like I'll get the email, so it really doesn't matter. What about chaos? Well, there's not gonna... The only chaos will be people being upset that they did or didn't get selected. Last time, I didn't get selected. And they didn't do anything creator-wise, so... that is really the question. Is it because obviously if they are doing something creator-related, then hopefully I would be in attendance for, you know, that. I don't have to worry about tickets, but that's not my decision to make, so... Everyone was like, I could just get tickets last time. No. They really didn't offer anyone tickets last time for North America. They offered absolutely nothing. I think to this day some people don't believe that, but everyone had to go about like getting somebody else to get their tickets for him. Chat, no one remind him. That's fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. That's messed up. How you gonna just do me like that? Alright, let me see this. I'm getting over to my safe spot. Let's just join this ahead of time. We'll get called in a few minutes anyway. Rude, man. That's just rude. I know, right? That's what I'm saying. It's gonna be like, nope. We ain't telling you nothing. Oh, somebody said hi to me. I recognize the name. I just don't normally pay that much attention to the in-game chat. I feel bad. I'm like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Oh my god. Heidi ho, Tuesday reset people. It's funny because I actually only do this. I mean, it's kind of because it's reset, but it's because I don't start Unreal till top of the hour. I don't need the tome. Well, that's not true. I need the non-cap tomes from this. Ugh. So many. I'll have them all by the end of the expansion. Hello, Miso. I'll have them all sooner or later. That's 7, 8, 9. Mmm, delicious. Yeah, I'm doing what I can. I got some important stuff. I got to start planning for December because I plan on doing a subathon that month, and I'm trying to decide when I want... One sec. Oh, there we go. When I want to do my subathon starting, because I'm going to have discounted subs during that, so I need to make a very conscious decision about when I'm going to be doing those. It's not a big a deal one way or the other. I just have to be precise. Any big games? There's Octopath Zero. That'll be in there. But I want to have plenty of time for other stuff too. So no matter what, if I have a really busy subathon, I probably won't. Plus we have patch on the 16th. No raid in December anymore, which I'm kind of relieved about. It's like a new reset time. Right. Daily resets technically already happened, hasn't it now? I forgot daylight saving was a couple days ago. One patch? Wait, what? Well, I mean, you'll have part 1 and part 2, which usually ends up basically being 2 patches. In essence of how it's split. I'm further in the past. Oh, okay. Well, that makes more sense then. Yeah, I mean, the raids, there's a lot of major content in 2026. There's just not a big number where the X normally is. There's only one. Well, we also have all 3 FanFests next year, which in essence of itself is already pretty great. Yeah, Octopath Zero is going to be the best. Alright, Hunt Train is coming together. Unnamed, the person's on their island? Interesting. How much fun 2020? What do you mean, how... What does FanFest have anything to do with 2028 in particular? Oh, I get the joke. Never mind. No, I get it. The logic checks out. Miso, thanks for the 12 months. Welcome back.
Misafaro just subscribed. On Kai.
Where is that Get off your island and get to the Hunt Train. 1 to 100. We'll see, because I do want to play Dragon Quest. And tomorrow I have... Tomorrow I have the sponsored thing. With the newbies. So I'm not going to have that much time for Dragon Quest tomorrow. So I might just fill the entire first half of my stream with that. The hunts are on the island. I mean, if you think about it, all land is technically island. It is land. That's why it's called Island. Herding Cats Day tomorrow. Oh, yeah, for that. Sorry, I live with enough cats that every day is Herding Cats Day for me. It's hard for me to distinguish between the two. I was like, what do you mean? I always do that. No, wings are always 2 major patches later. Every single time. Island. Why isn't water just called not land? We already have islands. Let's just have the not lands. And then that's it. Distinguishing done. Yeah, island and not lands. My logic checks out. Can't convince me I'm wrong. My brain is just so large to be considering such awesome things. Alright. I've got my safe spots going in Osiris. I've got my hunt trains ready to go here. Let's make it happen. Okay, so we'll call them Not Land 1, Not Land 2, Not Land 3. Still works. Just number them. Fair. Yeah, see? I got it. The answer to a second cup of coffee is literally always yes. That's never not a yes. I mean, you play with it whatever you want, Bobby. I know plenty of people who play either or. I mean, I love my Aerox 9 MMO mouse that I got from SteelSeries, which you can get one too by typing !SteelSeries and using the discount code Mr. Happy to save 12% right now. But you don't have to. You can also play with a controller if you want, whether you have one laying around or you decide to get one of the SteelSeries exclusive ones, which you can get by typing !SteelSeries and using the discount code Mr. Happy to save 12% year-round. Whichever decision you make, the game works well for both of them. Plenty of people love playing on controller. And in fact, there was an infographic about it in Japan, and it's like, of the majority. Yeah, I mean, you can just plug the Aerox in. I don't use my Aerox wirelessly. I just leave it plugged in like a normal wired mouse. I have a hard time ever committing to the idea of a wireless mouse, like actually using it wireless. Let me tell you, my Aerox fully charged. Cats chewed the cord. That's not bueno. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Captain Marines, they haven't played it in ages. Because you don't have to. There's no real reason to. It's literally all just whatever is the most comfortable thing for you to do. Yeah, you can buy something to protect your cord, your cord from your cats. Jesus, I almost said your cats from your cord about 8 billion times. Or you can use the Aerox 9's wireless feature by typing !SteelSeries and using the discount code Mr. Happy to save 12% year-round. Anyway. They love the way it crunches. That's not good. What's going on, Sky? What's going on, KP? That's honestly the ultimate reason to go cordless, is being a pet owner. It's not why I don't do it. I'm wireless on my headset because I like to get up and go places inside my home without having to give a shit about taking my headset off. Very unrelated reasons, but works for me. Well, don't just use my code. Make sure to type !SteelSeries and use that link as well. The code's there for you no matter what, though. Because you play on PS5. You can still use... I can't speak specifically because I haven't tried with the SteelSeries stuff, but there is some wireless stuff that works perfectly fine on PlayStation. I've definitely used some... At least a wireless headset on PlayStation. A SteelSeries one. Good morning, Vailtis. It's been a hot minute, though. Cats react. We don't know, but we kind of we may or may not get a Christmas tree this year. It may not be something that we decide to do because we've got some other things that we're planning. But we did want to get a real Christmas tree this year. We just expect Bacon more than anything would probably climb into it. He's the cat that really wants to be outdoors the most, but is just indoors most of the time. He's in here, I think, right now. I think he's under the bed napping. We just wouldn't really be able to decorate it with certain things. Because, you know, he'll obliterate it. He'll definitely knock off any ornaments, so, like, no glass ornaments or anything like that. He will 100% obliterate them. Yeah, Bacon and Cinnamon have been maximum gremlin mode the past, like, few hours. I was trying to edit the Ironman video, and every 2 seconds, Cinnamon was outside my door, begging to get in, which he's not allowed in most of the time. He kind of... So, he doesn't really pay any attention to Ivy anymore, but she is still so upset at him, so... I'm, like, trying to, like, supervise time between the two of them. But if I'm not between them, Ivy gets really anxious. Like, if I'm with Ivy and she's, like, close to me, she kind of just doesn't mind him at all. Or at least that's how it appears. But if I'm not, like, directly supervising it, then she gets really defensive. He doesn't really seem to give a shit, though. He's just kind of, like... I don't know. She's like, I don't even know who you are anymore because you've been in this room for so long. I don't know why you're upset with me. She holds a grudge. She holds a big, big grudge. I wish she didn't. It makes things much more complicated because I really, really want it. She wants out of here, but she doesn't understand that it's conditional on her behaving around him. Like, if she just... I can understand, like, if he goes after her and she responds to it, that's one thing. But she is just... He walks into her vicinity and she goes, like, full defensive mode. And that needs to stop. There's something that we're going to be doing soon that we're hoping helps them a decent bit. We're hoping that it incidentally helps them. But that's not going to be for a little bit still. Yeah, I mean, eventually that, Veltis, but, like, that's not happening anytime soon. I just really want her to not, because she really feels good. Like, I don't know, she might feel better if she just had the freedom and just chose to be. I think that he's going to be too curious, get too close to her, and she's going to fucking swing at him, and it's going to reset the whole thing. A part of me really wants to believe that she'll just do it. Because what Sausage does, Sausage doesn't like being around Bacon a lot of the time. And neither does Temmie. So when he gets close to them, they growl and hiss at him too. The difference is that Bacon A doesn't give a shit, but B, Bacon doesn't even... I don't think Bacon has the mental capacity to store a grudge in his brain. That's not even an insult. I'm jealous of him. He's just like, yeah, I get it. I'm gonna do it again, but I get it, you know? Hey, what's going on, Zoe? They got the damage. Ah, it feels so good to have the Harvestella music. I mean, most likely nothing will come of it. I just wish it did. They keep celebrating anniversaries, and I'm like, are you making another game, please? You could just celebrate this on the main Square Enix channel instead. They probably will post that same image on the North, because the official Harvestella page is only available in Japan. Which I don't care. I don't really care whether or not it is. It's a little strange, but I say okay. It's alright, we can enjoy the music. I kind of want to at least, like, maybe not play the whole game again, but a part of me kind of wants to just pop on and remember it. I was hoping, if anything, they would just announce, like, a PS5 port. I'll play it again to get the platinum if I have to. Like, if they do that, this game could be good. That depends on what you want out of it. I'm never going to just tell you a blanket yes, because I don't know anything about you, and as much as I like this game, it would be irresponsible for me to just say yes. I'll tell you that there is a free trial that's several hundred hours long, however. It includes the first 2 expansions and a few hundred hours minimum of gameplay before you have to pay for it, so fortunately, I can just recommend that, and then you can make your own decision as you're playing through it. And answer any questions that may pertain to particular interests as opposed to a blanket yes or no. I'm responsible. I don't believe in the blanket yes or no. It'd be easy enough for me to just be like, yeah, man, buy it from my affiliate link. I mean, do that too. Go get it on Green Man Gaming if you can at some point, but you know. When you actually want it. That's true, I am happy. I got my PB pretzel bites right here. They don't fail me. A Newegg code, no. God, I forgot about it. I haven't shopped on Newegg and I don't even know how long. No, Unreal's at the top of the hour. Always at the top of the hour after stream starts. I was do a hunt train first or just nothing, depending on what it is I'm really feeling. I need a new egg. These eggs are rotten. Well, I mean, daylight saving only changes my time relative to every other time. It doesn't change that it's still 10 a.m. Eastern and I do it at 11. Fortunately, that part doesn't change. Yeah, I don't know, I never need to buy anything off Newegg. Is the big thing. Oh, instances, right. I always forget that this also has instances. I always remember Urkelpacha, but I always forget this one. It's alright. We still made it. Micro Center, too. I just haven't been to either in a very long time. I haven't had a need. A mighty need. Yeah, I used to go to Micro Center all the time. And I would just touch the mechanical keyboards they had there just to get a feel for that thing I couldn't afford. I hope you enjoy your time when you come back. Hey, Bacon. I knew you were in here somewhere. Ah. Now for instance 2. Bacon's in the window. That's a weird sentence out of context. Bacon in the window. To be fair, I would love all forms of that in the window, whether it would be my cat or actual bacon. If I looked over at my window and there was just bacon in it, oh. Just hang some crunchy bacon. Just hanging outside my window. I once had someone take a creepy picture of me in a Micro Center. I don't think they understood that they were being creepy, but that was a fun experience. I didn't know they were being creepy till afterwards. I don't think they meant to be. I think it was just social awkwardness, which unfortunately led to creepiness. Somebody took a picture of me without me knowing in a Micro Center, and then afterwards walked up and said hi to me, but then told me that they took a picture of me when I wasn't looking. So it's like if they had just left that detail out, I would have never known, and it would have been a relatively fine social interaction. Being told that somebody took a picture of you because they were too nervous to get near you is, but then also coming near you to say hi. It's kind of a, it's not hundo vibes. Definitely not hundo. I mean, this was literally like 8 years ago. It was just someone and their friend who saw me at a Micro Center in LA. They're like, hey, I don't really know how to do this. I was like, okay. Start by not taking somebody's picture without them knowing about it. That's a good way to start. God, one of my cats scratched up my arm this morning. She went to go get her her fur trimmed. Since she's that's sausage, she's got pretty long hair, so she needs to get it trimmed every once in a while. Makes life much easier, especially when it comes to her butt. She got long butt hairs. It's no good. That was, I think that might have been the last time I was physically in a Micro Center, actually. After that, I just used the site. More so because after I moved from there, I've never lived near one again. And not because I thought that I was going to be stalked in a Micro Center. Trust me, ain't nothing worth stalking here. I'm just chilling on my Yan. Having a good time. Yan? Good morning, Purple. Yan. Good morning, Dante. Yeah, I'm trying to get some more videos out. Also got a new Magic Spoon ad to record. The Ironman video is probably about half done. I worked on it a little bit last night, a little bit this morning. I hadn't really been working on it, so I got half done pretty quick. I do want to record and release probably a different video before that, though, because that's not supposed to, when it comes out, that's going to be at, like, the end of the week. Good morning, Cal. Yeah, I gotta get them videos. It's around the season where I really want to have videos cranked. One big thing about patches being near the end of the year is that in terms of YouTube revenues, everything goes way up. So it's a little extra motivating to get a bunch of videos cranked out. So between live letter in December and patch and thought videos and all my usual stuff, it's going to be a good end of the year. Am I done? I don't want to be, but man, it's hard to be motivated to do though. I'm not going to lie. What the hell? They're pretty low effort videos to make. They're just terribly uninteresting. I kind of want to do some more creative stuff. I have a bit of a creative itch, which is tough because I don't have as much time to be creative as I really want to be. I also had another video series idea. I need video series ideas that feel motivating to work on. That are somewhat creative and informative enough. Like discussion driven, of course. There was a video I never got around to making that. I have to remember. I have to go through my list of ideas in my Google Doc. Is there one more? Alright, and then we've got about 15 minutes until Unreal for anyone who's coming along. I'm doing it on Ether this week, mind you. It's an Ether week. Thanks for train. Next patch, after doing the trial, I can also say thanks for train. I saw that Mr. Ozma had tweeted Fall into darkness, Thomas, referring to Doom Train. I was like, that's funny. Dark Tomas. Alright, I'm just gonna go to thank you for party. Let's leave and go to Idleshire. I'll turn the Harvestella music off for Seiryu. Yeah, I like it. Especially when it gives me bonus content. I mean, that's for you to guess and for him to know. Granted, there's no guarantee that it's actually something that's never before seen. Sometimes Japanese to English doesn't translate super well, so new and fresh doesn't actually mean something that is completely never before seen. Important distinction to make. Yeah, so come over to Ether if you're planning on joining. I'm going to be on Warrior for it, so I'm just staying on this. 3 times the balls, then. It could be. I mean, they did say that they were doing something that's never been done before in 14 with Beastmaster, so, you know. Take it as you will, but they did say that about it, so the statements do line up, technically. Tsukiyomi Unreal is going to be very annoying to do weekly. I have to refresh myself on how to do that fight properly, because I only ever did it the way that I did it. I didn't do the, like, good meteor strategy. I think the good meteor strategy was 1 north, 1 south, and then 1 on the side of the... I don't remember. I think the other one might have been dead center. I think it might be on the side of the narrow section, as opposed to what I did was do it on the opposite side and have them run over. It shouldn't be that bad. It should just be... I also need to go back and see who it was actually targeting, because I don't recall what the target... A lot of the older mechanics, I don't think we didn't really think about how things targeted people back then. Like 1 tank, 1 healer, 1 DP. We didn't really consider it as much with mechanics. So it becomes something that when I look back on old fights, I go, oh, that targeted A, B, and C way back when. We didn't even notice that. Well, there's north, south, and side, but I think what I did was north, south, and opposite side to the narrow section. Whereas I think it's what became normal was the much more intelligent last meteors on the same side as the narrow section. Dude, Neopets never left. I'm ready to do some Neopets. I've been waiting. Neopets has been, like, teasing stuff for a really long time. Because they were going to do... They had, like, a mobile app they were going to do. They were, like, going to do something that was new, and I don't remember what it was. Old Flash code. Neopets is what I like to call way better Tamagotchis for people with computers. It's how I would shorthand describe it. Because that's basically what it is. It's the same kind of idea. Either that or Flash Pokemon. It doesn't really work the same way as Pokemon, but like, it's another way of considering it. We'll see. I wouldn't mind throwing a day. There are some days where I contemplate throwing time at old shit I haven't touched in so many years. Neopets, Adventure Quest, you know. The normal stuff. Not young me not realizing how fucking pay to win Adventure Quest was. No, ZA, I've watched her play it. I'll probably play it at some point, but I'm not gonna lie. ZA looks not good in any capacity. I have not liked almost anything I've seen of it. I don't like the gameplay. I mean, actually, I would say the graphic and art style is fine. The city is not very fun, though. I don't really like the setting at all. I don't like the battles. I don't think that... I think they had a decent idea with the battles. I don't like the way it's done. I mean, then again, shiny hunting's never fun to watch outside of getting a shiny. It just seems like a much worse version of Arceus. Like, everything they tried to address feedback-wise from Arceus feels like they had, like, the worst solution for it. Or, like, a not fully thought-out solution. Like, the stealth sending your Pokemon in to get the jump attack thing. They should just never do that again. It doesn't work. It's not well done in any way. Yeah, it's also a pretty clunky system. I think it's really stupid that you're battling other trainers and you can fucking get killed by getting hit by stuff. Or like you're out in the wild and your fucking Pokemon is trying to deal with the monsters and they're just fucking chasing you the whole time. It's like, listen, why kill the Pokemon when I can just kill you? Yeah, they just force you home at some point. I think some of the rogue mega battles are pretty cool. Those are fine. But I still think it's silly how they basically just go after you the whole time. And the only time the Pokemon are ever at threat is when they catch fucking strays. That's kind of weird. Neopets Mega Mini Games Collection. Interesting. 9 minutes until we do Unreal. Don't forget, if you're coming to Unreal, come to Ether. It's first come, first serve. Only have a few more weeks of the easy series, so better make use of them. Not too much time left on the super easy series. Yeah. It made sense in Arceus to some capacity with the way that you're fighting the wild, but this is like, it just doesn't work. For everything I kind of like about ZA, there's something else that makes me be like, ugh. It just seems like a big step down from Arceus. Not even a step down. It feels like it's trying to be both the same and different, and it doesn't really do either. Hey, at least I got the shiny hunting part down. Although I will say this. Why don't, and this is true of Arceus too, this isn't specifically ZA. Why are they allergic to a automatic sort option in the bank? Alphabetical, by level, by type. Why do they only do manual sorting? I feel like it's been a weird thing to not have. Pokemon moment. True. Yeah, the sneaking thing is really, really weird. I don't think they did a good job with that at all. You're sneaking behind someone, you tell your Pokemon to do the attack, your Pokemon gets caught on a fucking fence or some shit, and then you get spotted. Or you sneak up, you tell your Pokemon to attack, and then in the 5 seconds it takes for them to execute the attack, they turn around and catch you. Also, I'm not gonna lie. Can you imagine being a Pokemon trainer and just getting assassinated instantly? Zia, I don't think any Pokemon game has an automatic sort. Maybe the home app does. I don't even remember that. But I don't think any Pokemon game actually has an automatic sort. Arceus didn't. ZA doesn't. And if they don't, those games have more quality of life than any of the main Pokemon games. So if they don't have it, there's no way the other ones do. Even the home app doesn't have a fucking sorting option. Listen, the home app having it and not... You got to remember that Arceus had shinies make sounds. It had them also not go away technically because you could... well, I know, I guess that depends. The alphas didn't go away, but the other ones could. Because the IDs respond to the spawns were tied to IDs. It's a whole technical thing. But that's only with the alphas, not with the regular Pokemon. Arceus had mass select. Arceus had cooler art images for them in the bank. It had better bank options in general. And then none of that was in Scarby. You gotta remember that like all the quality of life from Arceus disappeared into Scarlet and Violet. Because it was made by 2 separate teams, and they just said, yeah, we're not going to learn anything from them. All right, we got 4 minutes. Yeah, everyone was like, "Oh my God, Arceus actually has a bunch of this quality of life. This is amazing. What a future we'll have for the Pokemon games if they just have this quality of life and more. If only we could have known." All right, high-end duty, Wreath of Snakes, color clock spots, light party 1 left, light party 2 right. I'm not going to actually make this live for another 3 minutes. And we never saw it again. Yeah, Pokemon games are... I enjoy... Some of them... The thing is I enjoy a lot of them despite the lack of quality of life. But after so many games, it gets harder and harder to overlook the fact that they just don't give a shit. At some point, you genuinely go, okay, no, but really, like, what's going on, guys? Seriously, though, like, what's going on here? It helped that for a long time I wasn't, like, actually into Pokemon games very much. Do do do. Do 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 do. 7.4. I mean, I've liked a lot of what we've seen for 7.4. I don't think there's like a particular thing. I just like seeing next steps, especially at the point in the game right now where, you know, there's a lot riding on those steps being taken in the first place. You know what I mean? It makes those things more exciting in general. Hello, cats. Long time no see. Go better than yours. You done with yours already? Free with like, I'll probably do a little bit with that, but you guys know I'm not like a big glam fiend or anything like that. Alright, it's almost time. 3 wipes, a disband, and a second party. Fun! Alright, passwords 1227 on Ether. Tank, 2 healers, 4 DPS. You know the drill. Unreal time. Also, Yan. And now we just need 2. Oh, now we just need 1 healer. And now we need no healers. Alright, let's put the in-game music back on. Harvestella music, listen, I understand. It's your anniversary. Y'all are too quick. That wasn't that quick. Just gotta move fast. That's why I go tank for this one. There's really no role that can screw this up more than tank. Like, healers can screw it up at a few spots. There's some things that can make other people uncomfortable. But I consider it a tank fight. Take your color clock spots. Bro, what is going on here? Color clock spots. You guys all good? Alright. Nope, that's you. Never mind. Why am I going over? That's you. Main tank is always over. Taking my main spot tank. Listen, I like being main tank here. Alright, let me world hop real quick in Osiris, because like 4 people just descended upon my spot. And I'm trying to AFK. I'm trying to... Actually, no, you can main tank. We'll swap. I'll do... you take mine. You take the main tank spot, and I'll take light party too. You can take it. I'll let you have it. Yeah, you're in light party 1, though. I'm in light party 2. As a reminder, we are also swapping our light parties. Let's just make that consistent. Don't try to take that spot, or it's gonna go very poorly. If I must forsake mine oath. If I must forsake myself. To keep mine oath. There it is. I'm not going to try to run. But remember that you generally don't want to be all the way at the wall for most things on this fight. It just means the boss jumps even further, as I was saying. Beg not for mercy. Boop. Beg not for mercy. I'm trembling. My favorite lineup. Because then I just do that. And then, one thing I tend to forget almost every week is I actually need to think about this. I just don't most of the time. They're like, yeah, whatever. Yeah, you'll be alright. Yeah, sorry, we're AoE murdering the fuck out of these things, so it's gonna hurt a little bit. Well, I don't have mine, so it's not like it matters if they stone skin, quite frankly. It just takes a little bit longer to kill them. And there you go. See? It's like he didn't even have it in the first place. Ow. Whee. Impudent mortals. He's gonna say the line after the next few mechanics. Snakes. Well, looking at the wall. I don't want to do that. Watch out for the toothpaste man. Don't get slapped by the toothpaste man.
None can match my might.
Show them your folly. No. Oh. Pfft. I don't know why. I thought I saw... Oh, I probably saw the waves from the outside. I'm fine. Wait, what are you doing? Oh, I thought you were coming to save me. I thought I saw the... I think I saw the wave on the outside and thought it was the snakes. Oh, Arimitama. It's not like it matters. That would kill almost anyone except for a tank, so... Funnily enough. In and out. He said the line! That's my favorite line.
You know where to run.
After this and one more raid wide, remember your spots. He's gonna jump. Remember where your clock spots are. They're about to be relevant. I swapped, so I'm C in 3 and Dante is 1 in A. We did swap this, Dante, don't forget. I actually needed to remind myself, because I was thinking about the light party swaps, but not about this. Yeah, healers are always B and... They're always 2B and D and 4. You are never in that southeast corner, ever. Although, again, somebody missing a tower doesn't really matter all that much.
Beg not for mercy.
Yeah, I was just thirsty is all, clearly. Don't worry, he'll still say the line one more time. You'll be fine. How it burns? Bro, you might want to get that checked out. Remember to be closer to the middle here. Yeah. Just makes it easier regardless. Make sure you know where your at is, too. I'm trembling. Toothpaste slap. Okay. Damn it. This will be out then in. And then in. Don't get slapped. Whee! Yeah, why does it burn? The man's got problems. Don't forget to hydrate. I can hydrate right now, practically. Boss almost dead anyway. Hydrate right now. Yeah, I just clicked all my defensives while I was taking a sip of water and doing a tank swap. Get at me. Shirk macro? Yeah. Alright, that's one. Did someone say hydrate? No! He very specifically said no! Alright, Fox Solver. Wait, why did that change? Alright, let's try there. Tip of the sword. Always go for the sword. Now go for the fox. No fox on the board. Got a fox last week. I got one this week. Who's Drake? He was that guy from that show, right? Josh and Drake? Who's that guy who went to he pleaded guilty to like talking to a minor or something? I want to say hi to him. From Fox Hollows, you get points and then you buy whatever you want from the NPC with points. Charges drop. I thought he pled guilty. Pretty sure he pled guilty to at least something. I think that there were charges that didn't go through. Move to Mexico. Yeah, a whole bunch of things happen there. All right, it's ready. Check. Ooh, what is this? Hold on. Interesting. Child endangerment. Right. That's what he pled guilty to. I didn't remember it. It's been a while, but I think I remember Sophie had something on about it the other day. All right. Let us do it. I remembered it like a little bit. Yeah, it was everything. There was nothing else other than that, as far as I remember. How you gonna be 8 out of 8 ready? There we go. Yeah, because he went on to do that that documentary also, the Nickelodeon one. He was on that documentary, I remember. Portrait machine broken? No, it's working exactly as I intend it to. Ah, 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 ah. You just reminded me of something, too, that I need to check.
If I must forsake myself to keep mine oath, then so be it.
With the DMV thing. Oh, my stance is on. Normally I turn my stance off at the start. And then I turn it back on.
Beg not for mercy.
Yeah, I got my permit. And I got the permit card, but I noticed there was something that wasn't in my wallet when a different form of identification that wasn't in my wallet when it's on my mind. I think I know where it is. I just need to take a peek. And I'll get the second one. This one's mine. I swear we're demolishing these way faster than we have been in previous weeks. Just bigger AoE deeps. Never saw them all explode so closely together. Whoa, that was close. Brought a gun this time instead of a fan. I don't know if that's gonna make a difference here. I don't think the gun is gonna make the AoE go faster. I mean, your GCDs are faster, but the dance and the fan are they're pretty strong. Smite mine enemies. Okay. Okay, we will. I keep looking the wrong way. Hey, look. I know where the snakes are this time. Hello, toothpaste man. I mean, I don't think they care. Because it's not something where they really need to care.
None can match my might.
You can't really be screwed in a content where your rotation is not really a majorly important factor. That has never once stopped them from putting haste into the game. Yeah, it hurts your OCD, but your damage is going up. It's actually incredible for Machinist, especially in a solo run. It just means more of your hardest hitting skills. And since you have no personal damage to actually track, it really doesn't matter. Especially if you're in there alone, you're just like, okay, that's kind of the end of it. Good morning, Le Mans. So it's a net positive. Getting more of your hardest hitting skill by a considerable amount. If it was like it just threw it off barely and you had to coordinate it with like other offense, then it would matter more, but it doesn't. Just ends up being a net gain. Oh, I'm gonna die. No, I'm not. I got hit by the water. That's fine. It's my payment for trying to get that extra GCD in. Listen, I don't use home gang at any point in this fight. Fuck's very much not given. Yeah, works with all weapon skills. Those are weapon skills. I think that shirk was before I even did my provoke. Stay close to the middle. You always want to stay close to the middle. You never want to leave the middle because then you have the weird overlaps here. And now I have to go like a billion miles. Whoa! Did you get clipped? How did you get clipped? Hello, CO. What car? I don't give a shit about cars in any capacity. I didn't even have my driver's... I'm not... Well, technically, I don't have my driver's license now. I didn't even have a driver's license for literally 99% of my life that I've lived thus far. It hath never mattered. God car. There you go. No, it checks out. Yeah, I'll be getting my license probably sometime next month. Yeah, if you live in bumfuck nowhere, it's hard to... Oh, well. Yeah, if you live in bumfuck nowhere, it's hard to get around. Place with no public transit. Yeah, the real advice is just don't go anywhere. No! I should really time asking him a question every time I do this fight. Hey, Siryu, do you like walnuts? No! Yeah, I've never needed a car my whole life. I technically could be fine with that one now, especially with Uber and Lyft, but it'd just be nice to have one. I just had driving anxiety through most of my ute. So it was not very easy to be behind the wheel. Hey, Siri, do you want... Siri, you want to go back for another round at the buffet? More! I must have more! Through my ute. I mean, I worked in New York City and just took public transit every day as well. I really, no place I've lived I would have needed it. There's a few places where it'd be nice to have, but I've never lived in a place that needs it. Okay. I know that's there. No Fox this week. The box has to be here. Well, I mean, there's one pretty major consequence of not being a good driver. You die. Or somebody else does. I don't have a license. I need to get one. That's what I'm saying. I haven't had a license 99% of my life, and now I will get one. Okay. The thing I wanted to look for was where I thought it would be. So I'm glad that I checked. I went looking at my wallet and I noticed my passport card wasn't in there. And I was like, must have left it in my travel backpack. Sure enough, exactly where it was. All right. Thank you for the Unreal. I think we do some Pilgrim's Traverse and some, what is it called? And then do some Dragon Quest. I literally just explained the whole thing. I just said, you've been here the whole time. You have no excuse. Gonna do Quantum 40 soon. Best of luck. Quantum 40 is a good time. Said, I don't really need it, but it would be nice to have. Yeah, I've just got a few weeks of driving practice before. I'm going through a driving school that simultaneously gives me all the lessons and also administers the test, so I don't even have to go through the DMV. Which, you know, I think that's like the best kind of option I could have. My first lesson went okay. There's some really weird stuff that like South Carolina has on their driving exam. That is like I can think of why it's there, but I would have never believed it was there if somebody told me. The answer was I don't give a shit about cars. I haven't had a license for 99% of my life. Technically, yeah, I've only had a license for, well, not 99%. The math technically like 2.1% of my life I've had a license. Well, there's one thing in particular that they want me to do for my driving exam in South Carolina. I don't remember exactly what it's called, but it's like the 100 feet like dirt trail or something. And it is, I need to drive off the road and then back onto the road and get properly into my lane and then reverse 100 feet. That's required on my driving exam. Like, that's going to be something they make me do when I go to get my license. What I'm assuming it's for is that if you were to drive off of the road, you know how to get your car safely back onto the road. Like, if something were to happen and you were to end up off-road, you know how to get back onto the road safely. But that is one of... What are the required maneuvers? I have parallel parking is required. I've already practiced that a bunch. I'm not worried about that. A K-turn, which I'm also not that worried about. That thing I just told you about. And then I need to park on a hill, which doesn't make any sense because South Carolina is not a very hilly place. Even the instructor said, I don't get it. Like, they're the person who's telling me I need these things. Like, these are by law required, and they're like, I don't get it either. There's no fucking hills for you to park on. I don't know why they need you to be able to park on a hill. All that's literally a test of is making sure that I know what direction to turn the tires. That's it. Like, it's technically not like a bad thing to make sure somebody knows. It's just particularly strange because there are like no hills here. I think there's one other thing that I have to do on a hill. I don't know where they're going to test that. I don't know what hill they are even going to use. Even the instructor said there's no fucking hills. You don't take a driving test in manual. To be fair, you take the driving test in whatever car you want. Nobody goes and gets their license fucking driving manual unless their family were dickheads about it and it's the only way they would let them learn. I actually know how to drive a stick shift. I know specifically how to shift. That was actually the type of car I learned to drive in before learning automatic. It's just pretending you're on a hill. All right, great practice then. Driving manual is a lot of feel. Because you feel when your car wants you to shift gears. Your car tells you. Yeah, in the US, you only learn whatever car you show up to take the test with. That's the car you get judged on. They don't care if it's manual or auto. They don't give a remote fuck. So nobody learns in auto. Nobody learns in manual to take the test. Because that means you need to actually know all of the things for the test, and you also need to know how to drive manual. Everyone does it automatic and then goes and gets a manual car if they want to. I'll most likely have to get a car, yeah. Yeah, you're just adding a layer they don't give a shit about. I don't find driving manual. I will say this. If I lived in San Francisco, I would never drive a manual car. That's suicide, in my opinion. Because everything's a hill. And the most scary thing about driving manual is hills. It's just that constant... you do while you're like stopped at a light on a hill. That constant going back and then having the inch forward and then going back. Like that's just what's going to happen. If there are no hills, you don't have to worry about it that much. Yeah, manual, hill, icy, hard mode. Imagine taking your driving exam and having to do all those things at the same time. But okay, here's a good example of why I should have a car. I can get anywhere and everywhere with just Lyft or Uber, right? Or public transit. It's not that unreasonable. That being said, if I want to do certain little things, that is an inconvenience. A good example. UPS really fucked me over the weekend. And oh boy, I didn't even tell you the next part of that saga, which by the way, that's what this box is right here. That's the UPS box that I was waiting for. I'm going to tear the stickers off of that. And then I'm not going to do my pack openings today, but the plan is to probably do them on Thursday with a bunch of giveaways for Riftbound. Because that's what this is. This is Riftbound. This is a giant box of like Riftbound cards. Some starter packs, some boosters, a bunch of stuff. But UPS, without knocking, ringing the bell, whatever, tried to deliver it on Saturday. And never heard... They didn't fucking try. They never do. This is not the first time this has happened. So they, it says on my tracking number, oh, whatever, we missed you. And then also the little sheet says that they're returning it to an access point. Normally they just try again the next day, but this time they just said, fuck you. We're just going to deliver to the access point. Go pick it up because we're dickheads and we don't want to do anything. So I assume that's what the translation was. Because there's no reason why they couldn't have just tried to deliver it the next day. Like, I genuinely don't know why that wasn't. Why they opted for just sending it to a fucking access point. Anyway, that's the start of the headache. So I go on the site, and the site says, oh, do you want to, sign digitally so you don't have to worry about missing a package? And I'm like, oh, that'd be great. How do I do that? Pay us $20 a year. And I'm like, all right, well, that's fucking annoying. So I go to sign up. I pay them, and I go to, edit the signature and whatnot. And it goes, okay, you need to verify your address. And I'm like, okay, that's not unreasonable, So they sent me a verification code for making the account. And then they sent me a verification code for making that change to the account. And I'm like, that's reasonable. That's fine. It's annoying. I hate when companies do it, but like, I get it, right? 14 asks you to verify like 3 times anytime you want to use the online store. So trust me, I'm well trained. What I'm not well trained for is it immediately telling you, oh, you've asked for too many verifications in the last 20, you've asked for too many verifications. Try again in 24 hours. So I'm pissed already when that happens because I literally just paid them. And now I need to make the change that I paid them to make, and I can't do it. So I wasn't allowed to ask for another verification code for 24 hours. Okay, whatever. Pissed, but I'll just do it tomorrow. All right, fine. I go back to do it tomorrow. Verification goes through perfectly fine. I verify my address. It's great. I go to change the delivery so I can sign for it and then just have it re-delivered. Because if you don't use their premium service, then you have to pay a fee to do that. So I just said, okay, whatever. I'll just pay the $20 a year instead of like $7 to do this one time. That way it's useful if it ever happens again, right? I go to do it and it says, this option is unavailable for this delivery. And I, through my investigation, find out that if it has failed to deliver, then you can no longer use that option. It has to be done before the initial delivery is made. So the site told me, hey, if you want to make sure this doesn't happen, do this. I guess it didn't mean on that package. It meant in the fucking future. The future that I don't give a shit about in that very moment. So I now paid them $20. Can't actually make the change to the thing. So I call the UPS access point. And they also tell me they haven't even gotten it back yet. This was yesterday. I called them yesterday morning and they said that they hadn't even gotten it yet, which means from Saturday evening until Monday, it hadn't even made it to the access point because it's not a business day for ground transport, apparently. So I had to wait until it got there. And then I asked, okay, well, can I just schedule it for redelivery? And they're like, well, UPS Store is not actually UPS itself. It's a franchisee and we don't actually handle deliveries. We just receive and ship out. So, but we don't actually have, we don't send things out for delivery. So I'm like, so you're telling me that I can't use the paid service to reschedule my delivery. I can't use the paid service for this. I already paid for it and they asked me to pay for it. I have to come pick it up within 7 days and I have no other options. And they were like, yeah, that doesn't sound great, but unfortunately that's how we operate with UPS because we, again, are not actually UPS. UPS Store is not the actual company. It is just, again, an access point for the whole thing. So at the end of the day, I was down $20 for a year, and I had to go pick up my fucking package. And I was going to take a Lyft or an Uber over there, and I said, my friend Jeremy, drive me. I told him that if he wanted me to drive, I would drive, because I could use the practice anyway. But he said, no, we'll just get it done real quick, because I know the area. I'll just go there, and we'll grab it real quick. So that was what I did yesterday. All of that to say, if I had a car, I could have just gone and picked it up and never would have had to have any concern about redelivering the package in the first place. I would have just been like, okay, when it gets there, I'll go pick it up. But, yeah, that was fucked. I've never had as annoying of an experience trying to get a package. And mind you, there's a lot of cards in this package. I did not want anything to happen to it. This is somebody else's money at the moment. Here, let me do this. I'm not gonna open the packs, but let me do this. Tear the sticker off. There we go. Yeah, now next time I get a UPS, next time anything comes through UPS, I have that thing I've paid for now, which I would have never paid for if not for the headache of trying to get a pack of Riftbound cards to me in time. But hey, you know, it's done now, I guess. Hold on, let me get the other stickers off. Oh, yeah, I've never had any issues with USPS. I prefer just going straight, but this wasn't this was shipped to me. I couldn't pick USPS. They were going to ship it to me, however they were going to ship it to me. Yeah, anytime I work with this card store, I'll be doing that. Because UPS in this area sucks. I've never had this issue with UPS or FedEx before. It's really only here that I have that issue. All right. Yeah, so they sent me a whole bunch of stuff. They sent me they got like Warwick skins and everything. Like I said, I'm not going to do the unboxing and I'll show more of these later. But they're like a bunch of Riftbound stuff. Then I've got, what is this? Oh, this is just with a flex card divider in the middle. It's a little card box. I might also be selling my MTG Final Fantasy cards soon. So bear that in mind if there's anything from that you wanted. Oh yeah, here's the big boys. Yeah, the booster packs. These are going to be on Thursday. And I have a bunch of giveaways for Riftbound to do on Thursday also. Ooh, the Proving Grounds thing. Oh, is this the starter pack? Yeah, I think this is the starter pack back here. There's a lot of sleeves. Oh, so yeah, and then there's the starter decks. And then a 2 to 4 player starter pack. Cool. Why? Because they're just sitting in my closet? Most of them probably aren't worth as much now. Except, well, maybe the collector's ones are, just because of them not being as, you know, it's been a little while. Do, 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 do. I just said, because they're just sitting in my closet. I just said that 2 seconds ago. Hi, Ivy. Don't ask on 2 separate platforms and not listen to the answer the first time. All right, so there's that. Hey, Ivy. All right, so tomorrow's definitely going to be a 7-hour stream, so I could probably just do all of Pilgrim's Traverse in the morning tomorrow. So the question then becomes, do I want to swap over to... I'll wait a little bit while longer. I think actually, let me pop over to my Ironman real quick and do some stuff. I'm going to do my Pilgrim's Traverse stuff tomorrow. See, I can't get behind digital card games, really. I really do like having something of value, like physical. When it comes to a collection, I really need that collection to be physical. In regards to, like, I spent money to get it, I want it to have value. Like, obviously, I don't mind collecting something digital like fucking shinies and Pokemon. I'm not playing... Technically, people sell those. I don't know why, because I'm sure there are a billion gen shinies out there. The dopamine hit is definitely different, too. I will also say that. I always tell chat, listen, you want me to open any packs? Just let me know. I'll put them on Throne, and... They just have to be for a card game I actually kind of want to play. It'd have to be like Riftbound MTG or like the Final Fantasy card game. Like, listen, I don't want to do that. Yeah. I got to reach out to Square and be like, hey, yo, I'm going to do some pack opening if y'all need some promotion real quick. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? If y'all need some promotion real quick, I wouldn't mind helping you out with that a little bit, you know? Let's go back to more donut. I want to burn some of my allowances and see if I get any more of the gear that I was trying to get last time. See, here's the thing, though. If I was more into playing than I was collecting, then yeah, it wouldn't make a difference to me. I think that's the big difference. Like, people who actually want to play the Pokemon card game are probably better off with the digital one, because they don't really care as much about the physical value of the card. Still prepping for Titan. Yeah, I still need to decide if I'm just going to level Samurai or if... Here's the thing. If I leave Epic Echo on, it means I just need to level... I need to get like at least 2 levels to get Shinten. If I don't, I could probably just need gear, and then I can probably do it. I can almost do it now, to be completely honest. Yeah, exactly. If you care more about playing, I really like collecting, and then sometimes I consider playing. I played actual games, like, I played Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon for real when I was younger. But, like, I don't really go to, like, venues and card shops anymore, like, to actually look for matches and things. That requires, like, going places and shit, you know? And that's a lot of effort. I'm gonna get pulled back in. Yeah, it requires me going out and being social. And I care a lot more about the value of the physical card than I care about playing the game. I just also wouldn't be like a rabid spender reseller either. I do care a little bit about how the card actually is perceived as good or bad. Both from a functional standpoint. Like, I get excited about cards that are generally good even when I'm not playing the game. Just because it's cool to see and be like, oh yeah, this card did this with that. That would work. And make for something really interesting. I don't know why, when I don't actually play, why that matters to me in any capacity, but it does. I think because I used to actually play card games a bit more. I think that it's like a hangover. It's like a, I guess not a hangover. It's something. It's left over from those days where I actually want the card to be good. I get excited about it. I need striking gear more than anything. Cobalt is tank. So, I mean, that's not useless, but it's not particularly useful right now. Some of this stuff will be okay on my warrior for, like, when I go back to doing dungeons. But that's not for a little bit. I mean, that's my lock. I don't know that it's everyone's lock. Oi! Did you get any crumbs anywhere knocking that over? No, you didn't. Shocking. I had a little Nature's Valley bar earlier, and the wrapper was still on my desk, and I just pushed it off. Sassy little girl. Silksong doesn't deserve Game of the Year. There is no universe in which Silksong should earn Game of the Year. There are other games that make sense. That is not one of them. Honestly, like, it's allowed to be up there on the block, but that game should not win Game of the Year. There's nothing exemplary about it. It's just, it's a miracle it came out, and thus it's news in and of itself. Is it really that warm out? It just got really warm in here. Making sure it's not like my PC running hot or anything. It just got like exceptionally warm in here. What's the temperature out right now? It shouldn't be that warm out. Although it is sunny. Oh, a Rainmaker's Tunic is an equipable piece. Hey. Mega Bonk! Let me just make sure nothing's, like, running hot. I like to feel my PC before actually checking internal temps. Feels like it's largely running fine. Fans are all going. Yeah, everything's good. It's a little chilly outside. Yeah, I don't know. I just felt like it got really warm in here all of a sudden. One sec. What program does this have built in that actually shows me? It's the goal of the chest hunt. Just to save myself some time on crafting armor versus just crafting items that are required to level up. Well, that's basically full left side, so that's as good as that's gonna get for now. I could probably beat Titan now with this. I could go for more right side stuff too. The strength increase is notable, but I think it's more important just to get the 2 levels. Well, no, the thing is, I can only beat him now with Epic Echo, and I would prefer to not do that, which would mean my good old friend Palace of the Dead is where my effort should go. But hold on, let me see what program. Because I don't know what program this has built in to, like, check my GPU temperatures. Because they all, you know, all these things all have their own programs for it. Is it my Gigabyte Control Center? No, it doesn't seem to be. No. What program does this come with? I don't even remember. Is it this? No. That's my RGB stuff. I normally just go through the actual things, but yeah, I'll go through my task manager. I just want to see if my PC's running hot. Because it just, I don't know why. Yeah, that's fine. The temperature's fine. Careful closing task manager. I haven't had that issue. Just to be clear, I have not had that issue. Yeah, my GPU's running fine. It's not running hot or anything. I don't know. It just feels warm in here for some reason. Maybe it is just window being open and it's just a little warm outside. Normally, I don't feel that at all. A cable in the cooler would, yeah, that would certainly fucking do it. Or a lot worse. Let me tell you, you definitely can't have that happen. On a scale of 1 to, you better fix that shit. That's definitely up there. Alright, let me do this. And I can get started with my run. I just hear that thing. It's not a good time. No, it doesn't sound like it would be a particularly good time. I'll level with you. That doesn't sound great. I don't know. It just makes me nervous whenever I feel hot in my... Dude, I will say this, though. When I lived in San Diego, holy shit. Nope. Like, I think my office would get to be like 108 degrees or some shit. Because there's no central air in most units in San Diego, and I didn't have a wall unit either. Let me tell you. It's funny because Aloha loved it. Aloha, huge fan of this. He was like, yeah, nice and hot, just how I like it. I was like, Aloha, please stop. I mean, every other location other than the San Diego location did have AC built in, but San Diego did not. And I kind of understand why. Just finding out what I did. The place I lived, so basically San Diego used to have a lot more Section 8 housing. And they turned it into, normal housing when the area changed and there was more money and there was more people, etc., more demand, all that. And, where are you? And as such, it just, it wasn't really built with the greatest of comforts in mind. Ocean breeze, yeah, no, that's definitely not the reason. Most units have something built in for most locations. It's definitely not the whole coast problem. Where is NP? There it is. Talking about the lack of built-in AC in San Diego apartments. Good noon as well. Yeah, and San Diego's where you went. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, I don't know why it's a very normal thing in San Diego. It is not a normal thing in LA or San Francisco, I can promise you. Let me get my sustaining potions on my bar. God damn it. Hello, mimics. Well, this one I definitely won't kill fast enough. Means I actually get to make some use out of the sustaining potions. Makes me wish I brought the, 1,000 I had with me. It's like saving costs. Of all the places that need to save costs, San Diego should not be one of them. Oh, pfft. Hold on, I gotta... Oh, well, I'll reply to this email after this. I'm stupid. We do love mimics. They're our favorites. I also love the exit not opening. Good thing there's like 1 billion sustaining potion drops now. Yeah, I'm gonna need Samurai to get quite a few levels. Well, the good news is I already wasn't auto healing, I just realized. Alright, let's see. I can go back to looking for an AFK spot. It's the exit. Yeah, I'm multitasking, so... I'm trying to find an open world. Deep Dungeon is soloable at every point, hence why there's an achievement to solo all 4 Deep Dungeons. Well, there's not one achievement to solo all of them. Each of them has their own achievement. And that is a primary focus of the Deep Dungeon community. Oh, for fuck's sake. Well... Let me in! Let me kill! I mean, it's not really deadly on these floors. I just hate that it was so close to the wall. I might as well kill this thing. It's going to be annoying anyway. Yup. The worst one to play around? Yeah. It does not scale to the party size. It's just possible. It's inherently possible. Bottom left. That is indeed the location. Though, true story, having now lived in technically by that definition, though, South Carolina is the southeast. And everyone considers it south. Just saying. On the technicality. It being east or west isn't as relevant. I will also say the best barbecue I've had has been out of San Diego at this point. The barbecue in South Carolina has not beat it yet. I thought Lewis's was quite subpar, in all honesty. Fine, but like Definitely not something to get excited about. I hate not having a silence. It's not cool. Oh, there's a rage. Holy shit, I have 3 rages already? I should probably try to take Samurai up over the floors. I'm not going to do it today because I do want to play some Dragon Quest. Oh my god. I mean, the bosses are definitely not the hardest part of the solo. I'd argue there's a couple of bosses collectively across all of them that are, in any capacity, difficult. Majority of the difficulty definitely comes from just the mobs and navigating the floors. More mimics. Yep, I got my pox back. I was worried, too. I was like, oh, man, I'm going to lose my pox. Can't let that happen. Where is my stun, actually? There it is. I wanted to put it where True North is. Oh my god! It's, dude, I've gotten so many mimics. Stop. Why are there so many mimics? Hating that. I'm not used to getting so many mimics on these floors. Well, good thing it wasn't a mimic, because I'm a frog. Walked right up to that chest, and now I'm a frog. That's why you walk behind the chests. Although I don't care for most of the formalities when it comes to doing this level of deep dungeon, and I'm not a frog anymore. Hey, at least I know the traps are gone. I didn't know if the mimics were gone, though. See, I don't think I've ever had mimic luck like that. And I'd like to keep it that way, if you don't mind. Alright, let me just open this real quick. Well, at least I got plenty of steals. Yeah, normally I don't really have to consider very much when it comes to, when it comes to Pox. It's been a long time since I've done... I don't think I've ever... Well, no, I did a little bit as Monk. I haven't done very much, like, silenceless deep dungeon. I mean, I hate all mimics. Your luck is certainly, you know, whether it's one mimic or a billion mimics. Obviously, when I'm experiencing it, it's automatically worse. And again, most of the time, I don't mind, because if I'm on a class that can silence, it's like, who cares, right? Let me see if there's a chest over here. Yeah, I'm taking my sweet time with this. Actually, I say I'm taking my sweet time, but it's actually going relatively fast, all things considered. It helps being able to kill the mobs that much faster on Samurai. Alright, might as well just be out then. K Brown, thanks for the 34 months. I love resubs. I love Prime subs. I love all subs.
Brown 24
Thank you for supporting.
subscribe. What does this button do again?
It gives me money. We love those buttons. No sprint. Only T-Mobile. Hello, Key. No, you just watch ads. That's how you make up for it. I'm gonna save that for the next guy. Come here. See, Samurai can just do stuff like that, which is, when I'm paying complete attention, going to be quite nice. We tank the ads, goddamn right. Doesn't mean I still won't do my usual to encourage the occasional use of a sub. You just don't have to. It's entirely in your hands. You have the power. I only have the influence to try to tell you what to do. Yeah, Samurai might be fast enough for me to consider actually doing a save file to 101 plus. Tanks were taking a little too long, so I kind of shied away from the idea, but I think it'll work out okay. Alright, free rage. No knock. Oh, nope. This is a knockback floor. That'll work fine. This is not a no knockback floor. Hello. Minding my business here and listening. Yeah, I don't really push on the YouTube side. I don't really push for membership very often. There's like emotes and chat badges that people get, but It's, I don't know, I just feel like it's not as worth it on YouTube. At least on Twitch, you get ad-free viewing. On YouTube, almost everyone is like a premium user anyway, so that's like hardly a thing that matters. Camera. Thank you, El Gato. Appreciate it. The camera dying means I died. I'm dead. Gone forever. Yeah, let me go get that rage. Nope. I mean, that is basically a death of some kind. If my camera dies, I'm dead IRL. I'm just hiding that fact from you, obviously. Yeah, AI will take my job at some point, so, you know, technically kind of already has. I'm actually going to redo Higginbana because I did an unbuffed one. I guess I should do this. Just play the Alexander time. Yeah, but then I need to, like, notice it. Like, the joke needs to be somewhat timely. I feel like it won't be. It would be different if it would auto-detect. Oh, god damn it. Hello, whoa, give me a second. I'll be able to read that better after I am done with this boss. Probably don't need to Higginbana that, but it's fine. Alright, let's see. Do I have to kill every monster? In the early dungeons, the answer is technically no. Most groups will just pull forward, and there's sometimes monsters to the side you can ignore. In later dungeons, the answer will be yes. In more modern dungeons, the answer will most assuredly be yes. General rule of thumb is that if the mob is not in front of you, it doesn't need to be killed. Okay. I had to reply to that email because I had an error in that email. Hopefully that answer was of use to you. Oh my god. Oh, I could use another little hit of caffeine. Do. Yeah, it's especially not that important for another reason in that you actually don't get EXP per monster in dungeons in Final Fantasy XIV. We used to, but people abused shorter runs to, you know, blast. They would just, like, blast the first few pulls of some dungeons, and then new players would come in. Like, people would just do it in, like, normal parties, too, and then just leave, and then the people would be like, well, what the fuck? Not in the leveling roulette, but they would just queue into, like, the dungeon directly. So they just made it the bosses that give the experience. I forgot how long ago they made that change. I think that was... God, it's been that way for a while, so I don't remember when the change actually happened. Alright, we're gonna rage. Well, I guess... No, okay, what I should actually do is I should open the exit, then rage. No, because then I can't pick this up yet, no matter what. Just makes sense to rage, clear the floor, and then move on. Yeah, it's either Shadowbringers. I think it was like mid-Shadowbringers. Been so long. Like, I don't usually have to care about exact patches, but sometimes I wish I remembered. About time. That's my first intuition this whole fucking time. You know what? I'm gonna let the Alps go by. I think Alps their sight. Grab my rage real quick. There are no real long dungeons. I mean, I guess Deep Dungeon is, in theory, the longest dungeon. There are no long dungeons, though. And most of the raids are boss fights. Singular boss fights. Only some of the early normal mode raids have a little bit of trash beforehand. Definitely designed under the pretense of you do not need to take very much time in a day to get something done. You just need to log in for one thing. Good chance you'll get it done. Unless, of course, it's something of more severe. The longest is definitely going to be a deep dungeon. But the individual 10 floors are bite-sized chunks. Although, if your internet's not the best, never mind on that front. At least for the soloing. For grouping up, sure. But if your internet's not great, I definitely ain't gonna recommend soloing Palace of the Dead. That is not bad internet friendly for solo, like I'm doing right now. What is am for any other patch? It's not like it's any different. I just log in and do all the content. Very, very simple operation. Thankfully for me. Ow, I don't know why I opened that. Instinct sometimes is a bitch. I'm so used to them being useful in the newer ones. My brain sees them and gets mildly excited in the older ones. I suspect they won't. Because it doesn't change the overall patch cycle. So it doesn't make sense. Oh, bad guys. I'm gonna go over here and try to grab this. Yeah, other than Savage being a few more weeks separated, I doubt there's really any difference. Yeah, Shinden's gonna be so big for the Titan solo. Although, I think yeah, I get 4 Shintens on Titan, I think. I might only get 3. But level 52, the stats from being level 52 also. Yeah, Titan being the first bit I can't do synced. Unfort. I love Gloom. I wish I could get a spare strength so I could just pop them. Dude, even when I'm only half paying attention, Samurai is just so much faster. I didn't really realize it. Like, I was killing the mobs, but I was, like, not really processing how much faster it was going. Comparatively, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute. The answer is a lot. Which, I mean, makes sense. Just Deep Dungeon feels like Deep Dungeon feels like Deep Dungeon. No, I need Samurai at level 52 for Shinten for Titan. I mean, that would help, but only if I got gear from floors 101 and above. I would need a very specifically a Samurai weapon from the 101 to 150 horde. And actually, now that I think about it, I would also need level 60 for that to even be an improvement. Which, at that point, I would be obliterating him anyway, so it wouldn't matter. Yeah, because those weapons, they're item level 180. The ones that would actually be upgrades are 180. But they require level 60 to equip. So, you know. Definitely not the plan. Although, trust me, it had crossed my mind. Generally, 101 plus crosses my mind a not insignificant portion of the time. But on tank, it's just... It's too slow. If I'm paying full attention on Samurai, I think it'll go pretty quick. But I still probably don't go much past, like... maybe floor 120. Like, the idea is to keep it to the floors that are still kind of quick-ish. Since leveling is a primary focus of this, like, getting the rewards helps me in the short term. I'm sure that one looks great, Veiltus. Did you say that because Krista's here? I'm going to be trying to silence Echo. Listen, I feel like that's not an unfair guess for me to make. And I feel like you also know that's not an unfair guess for me to make. I'd say the same if Tiff was here. If I come to EU Fan Fest. Yeah, probably not. If I go to any other Fan Fest, I'd probably go to Japan. EU would have to be like all expenses paid. Like I wouldn't go out of pocket to go to EU personally. Just because, like, I don't know. I just, if I'm making 2 trips, I want one of those trips to be back to Japan. Personally. Like, if I have to choose 2 out of the 3 to go to, Japan's going to be one of them. It's just, like, automatic. Like, I actually do want to... Here's the thing, though. I want to go to Europe. I don't necessarily want to go to FanFest in Europe. Like, I want to go to Japan, and I would like to go to FanFest in Japan. I don't know if that makes sense. It makes sense to me in my silly little head. Wait, Tiff. What the hell? I summoned her. How did this happen? I actually have superpowers. Oh, you were lurking? Yeah, like I said, I summoned you. I did it! I have the power! Well, she heard it. That's the thing. She heard me say it, but it was like, I didn't know that she was here when I said it. That's why it's funny. I love this theme. The Ben Star calendar. Yeah, I generally just assume some people know things before me. And that's definitely on the list. Although then again, I am a central repository for a lot of things. Things just get brought to me. How can you be a... You know what? Maybe I just shouldn't ask. It's gonna be like, how can you play video games right now and not know who Ben Starr is? It's basically the equivalent of not knowing what Expedition 33 is. Or Final Fantasy 16, yeah. He is on like every marketing tool imaginable for the games that he is associated with. It's why I don't even call his characters by his character names anymore. I just call them Ben. Every time Clive shows up, I go, "Hi, Ben." Every time what's his face? My brain is not working right now. Every time Verso shows up, I go, "Hi, Ben." Ben Latro. Yeah, date everything. Although I don't expect people to know the voice actors to date everything super well. Not many people know the voice actor of a door. Yeah, for those who didn't know, Jonathan Bailey, the voice actor for Graha, was voted sexiest man alive. This has happened. Damn, Tiff just said that Graha's ugly. That's fucked up. Could have just said he's not attractive. She's just like, nah, that dude fugly. Could have just expressed disinterest. Expressed active hatred. Said, I hate this Catman and everything he stands for. Fuck you and the horse you rode in on, Graha. And that horse was a whole goddamn tower. See, that's what I'm talking about. But here's the thing. That may be what you meant, but you're just like, you ain't like, I don't like, he ain't my type. You're like, that dude ugly. Like, if that dude looked at me, I'd vomit. Listen, I can't blame anyone for having Xenos be their type, at least physically. Have you seen that ass? I don't know why they just decided that all Garleans needed to have huge asses. Like, make sure that their armor really shows off their hips. Those are called baby-making hips. Sappho, thanks for the 61 months.
Sappho just subscribed.
Yeah, my man will show you a test of your reflexes. Listen, I don't like cat boys either. I was just shocked that he's ugly. This cat uggo. You're like, fuck you and the thing you like. This is the internet. I have to paraphrase what you said and make it worse than it is. That's just how the internet works. I don't write the rules. I just live by them. I think we're all used to it at this point. That's just the internet. It ain't good. Tiff see Graha getting shot and she'd be like, good. Emmett, hand me the gun. I want a shot. I'll remember that if I ever get shot. I'll make sure I make a big speech beforehand. At least it'll be funny. Seems like a good plan. God, the Lust Palm, he died so much faster this time. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, even if you like Graha, it's pretty funny to imagine that this 10,000 plus year old being who's been around since before the world even existed was just like, I'm gonna shoot this man. Of all the things I could do, I'm gonna shoot this man. It's kind of like how I felt when I got me to 51 already. Sweet. It's kind of like how when we were doing Alo Alo and we're just like, oh wow, a pixie. Wait, a pixie is a gun. Pixies be like, I'm gonna kill you with magic and fairy dust and this gun that I found. It's like, that's certainly a route. You ever just be a mystical creature? To be fair, though, I feel like if a pixie saw a gun, they would love it. Like, that's just... Pixies do kind of have gun written all over their face. They'd be like, dude, this is a fucking gun? I've always wanted one of these. Well, to be fair, Peter Pan's a dick, so I don't know if we should actually be trying to help Tinkerbell. Unless Tinkerbell uses the gun on Peter Pan. That's certainly a way for that to go. It's not how I would have imagined it, but you know, it's an option, I suppose. Let's see. What did I forget? Dude, I do like fancy magic. I guess I can't fight you on that one. Hold on, I'm getting this set up. Getting my AFK on. I'm gonna kill this fucking cat boy. Yeah, he's just bored with his own magic. Exactly, Alan. He's just like, listen, I've killed so many people with magic. Why don't I just use a gun? It'd just be so much better. It kind of reminds... You guys remember... Did anyone watch Dragon Ball Z? Remember when Android 17 just... He's getting shot by some dude, and instead of just murdering him with a blast, he just walks up to him and pulls out a gun. I'm just like... Why do you even have that? Not like a special android gun or no, it's just a gun. He just has a the doctor's like, hold on, I'm gonna make this android with infinite energy that can destroy the planet and make sure that I give him a gun. It's not even his main choice. Like, it's not like he's that committed to the gun. He was just like, well, I got shot with a gun. I guess I'll just use a gun too. No, it's not. It's his own gun. He literally has a holster with a gun. It's not the old. He doesn't take the old man's gun. He goes, "You're not the only one in this town with a peacekeeper," and pulls out his own gun. I remember that scene quite well because I was ill prepared to just watch Android 17 pull out a fucking gun. You know what my favorite gun from anime from my childhood is? Bandit Keith's finger guns in the censored version of Yu-Gi-Oh! He points a gun at fucking Pegasus, but in the fucking English version, he just does this. The fucking 4Kids where he literally just does this. My man thought he was in Gran Torino or something. Thought he was Clint Eastwood for a second. That makes sense. Beta Keith's American. I could see him being racist. Kind of works out. I think it makes sense. Yeah, there is the episode of Pokemon where they pull a gun on Ash. Yep, there's that too. Listen, I understand getting rid of guns for children's shows, but it's really funny that of all the places it's done, it's America. I totally get it. Understand, agree. But it's pretty funny to imagine. They'd be like, oh, if we're going to air that in America, better get rid of the guns. Yeah, that's true. There's actually a lot of Season 1 Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, gun use that just kind of gets swept. Jesus Christ, dude, how many rages am I going to find? That just gets swept under because, you know, they just wanted to get rid of the guns. There's a lot of finger pointing. It's like, Mom, Dad, why do they keep threatening that man with their finger pointed like this? Don't ask any more questions, Timmy. You've asked too much already. Yeah, nowadays that episode would come with a warning. Actually, I mean, to be fair, nowadays that episode wouldn't air. Or it'd be entirely, like, massively edited. Glowing ankle buzzsaws. Yeah, that was I think his name was Paradox. That was the Dark Magician guy. There's also, I mean, Battle City had a lot of, we're gonna murder you if this duel goes the wrong way. Some of it wasn't even Shadow Realm. It was, hey, Yugi, you're gonna duel Joey, and whichever one of you loses is gonna fucking drown in the ocean. Oh no, Paradox was twin. Yeah, it was Arcana. Sorry. Arcana's the one I'm thinking of. That was his name. Hey, at least in season 1 of Yu-Gi-Oh, they actually just show the when Bakura summons the spirits of the cards, they just start eating the dudes. They cut the actual part where they die, but it does just show Maneater Bug fucking devouring dudes and just eating them. It's funny when kids' cartoons just randomly leave in body horror of any kind, even if it's like really mild. They're like, yeah, we're going to get rid of this, 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 and this. But by the way, have you seen the fact that Courage the Cowardly Dog could air anything on Cartoon Network? Still, there's a lot of things that are just really off-putting in Courage the Cowardly Dog. Return the slab, or suffer my curse. No! I'm just gonna leave the Anzu. Ren and Stimpy, I mean, Ren and Stimpy got moved to Adult Swim, but the fact that it wasn't at some point is still mind-boggling. Yeah, it's the Iron Man. What's your offer? Happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy, happy, happy, joy, joy. My parents used to call them Sten and Rimpy just to annoy. Well, I'm sorry, my mother used to call them Sten and Rimpy instead of Ren and Stimpy just to annoy me. Hello, D-Tac. Alright, let me just kill this some bitch real quick. Oh no, that's get in, not get out. Rocco's Modern Life. There's a lot of like deep sexual like tension in Rocco's Modern Life because what's her face next door of the frog lady is like constantly trying to cheat on her husband. There's some episodes where they get along and she's just kind of horny for him. But there's a lot of episodes where she's just trying to cheat on her husband. I'm getting to 100 should do it. Getting to 4-100 should get me 52. Yeah, Johnny Bravo's the show. It is about how... I will give it this credit. It is a show where he is unfavorably seen by pretty much every other character. He is no one's hero in that show. At the very least, It does make sure that they are not seen as a protagonist as opposed to a central character. Yeah, he's super relentless, which interestingly enough, in that time, was actually considered a somewhat normal male trait. You know what I mean? Like, be like, oh, you know, at first, my wife never even looked at me, but I never gave up. They call that stalking. Relentless, aka Pepe Le Pew. There's an episode of Johnny Bravo where there's a woman who's doing it to him, and he's just like, what? And now he's uncomfortable with it. He's like, wait a minute. This has never happened before. Where the fuck? There's one. I was like, there's another mob somewhere here. Compatible is certainly the right word for it. What's going on, Slade? That's definitely the correct word choice, is compatible. I think Dalmel's are proximity. Can you just walk the other way? Because I'm definitely going to aggro you. I don't remember that episode. I remember bits and pieces of various episodes. I mostly remember the intro. And of course the dance. Just a female deer. Interesting. So it was wild? Are you saying that because deer are a wild animal? If you say no, the answer is still yes, by the way. It makes my joke work. Dude, some of the shit the kids got up to in Ed, Edd and Eddy. I mean, you had the sisters who were, you know, like a trio of Johnny Bravos for the brothers. Yeah, Eddie, dude. You could tell that Eddie grew up in New Jersey. That's all I can say. Eddie had that Jersey hustle. Can't convince me otherwise. They all had to be from New Jersey. I don't remember that many episodes of that show, but I do just remember Big Ed, really liking buttered toast. And you know what? Respectable. He had an imaginary friend that was moving away. And I remember him crying, "Who's going to butter my toast?" Oh yeah, they've had plenty of jawbreakers in that show. They were always just trying to get more. They were just addicted. I will say, Ed, Edd and Eddy did give me a jawbreaker fixation as a kid. I would always try to get Jawbreakers because of that show. To this day, I still really like Jawbreakers. God damn it. Alright, well, I've got Witching Palms anyway, so never mind. I love me a giant Jawbreaker. Big fan. Giant Popsicle episode? No. Like I said, I don't really remember those episodes super well. God damn it. Yeah, I lived in a family full of snackers to boot, which really didn't help. So, me having snack cravings because I watched shows that were... another one is Angry Beavers. They had those, like, logs with cheese. That's why I love combos so much. Because that's how what I always associated them with was combos. I don't know what that means. I don't recall. Can't use it. Never mind. Well, my family just loved buying a billion snacks. My dad ate, like, pretzels and Slim Jims. My mom ate chips. Like, everyone in my family just didn't eat normal fucking foods. They just snacked the whole time. I'm still a snacky guy now. I try to do it less, but, you know, sometimes I just get... Once I get into a snacky... Like, the peanut butter pretzel suggestion that hit my stream the other day, I was like, well, that's a death sentence. I'm going to go through that whole thing in like 3 days. I'm just going to skip meals. So at the very least, my calories are fine. Speaking of which, I need to find out if I'm going to the gym later. I'm not going to ask. I'll just wait. Maple waffle. I don't have any maple waffle magic spoon right now. I have 1 box of magic spoon and a couple of treat bars, and I need those treat bars to record an ad, which I'll probably do later today. Gotta get my monthly ad on. God damn, dude, these traps are like right at the door every time. I only get to the gym 2-3 days out of the week. I'm going to build a gym in our garage at some point. Sometime in the next, like, 6 months. I really want an at-home gym. Although once it can drive, I guess it won't matter anymore. Still, it'd be nice. Sometimes I just want to, like, hit a quick workout, you know? Don't want to go anywhere. Feels nice. By the way, I've had no mimics, basically, this entire time on this floor set. And let me tell you, it feels great. Alright, well, this is the exit, but... Oh, wait, no. Oh, god damn it. I left the last floor without getting the thing. Let me just open the exit then. The 2 Serenities? Come on. I also have to pee so bad after this. Yeah, I should have the next Ironman video out on Friday. I'm thinking about stopping working on that for like today after stream and then work on a different video that I can get out probably Thursday. But part 2 of the Ironman, I think part 3 is also not going to take me that long. I think I'm feeling pretty motivated. I'm going to separate them by like, I don't know, maybe a couple of weeks. The next 2, because the second video took a lot longer to get out than I wanted to, between traveling to TwitchCon and just taking care of some other stuff and then needing a little bit of a break. Jesus Christ, he is dying. Oh, fat finger. Well, I guess it doesn't matter. I was just gonna hold on to this. The last bit doesn't take very long. Yeah, here we go. Alright. Yeah, with the preferred world, I remember 51 to 60 just generally being quick. It's 214. Yeah, it'll be like, it's technically all the way to 100 for the level that I need, but only barely. I need to pee so bad, though. I'm gonna pee right back. Man, it really is super warm in here. It's gotta be because the window's open. Where's Bacon? Bacon's in here. Where you at, Bacon? Hold on, I gotta take a picture of Bacon. How deep is he going? Boy. That's not something you ask someone every day. Let's see. I should probably try to do over 101, but I just need to get level 52 real quick. Ah. Go piss, girl. Oh, Ivy. I thought you were Tenny for a second. I was like, who is this over here? Send Sophie the picture of Bacon under the bed. No, I'm not doing Necromancer on this character. I don't even have Necromancer on my main. I soloed it to 200, but I did not do it from level 1. They're just extra for your in DD level. And obviously they're a free kill for the exit. That's a terrible excuse. You didn't do it on the other one, hence why you should do it on the one on the Ironman. No! That's a terrible reason. Yeah, now that I'm doing this on Samurai, I think going over floor 100 is... At the very least, I should do that because the hordes on those floors are really good. Oh, that was the steal. I was coming back to get the rage that I left behind. There we go. I will say that the release of Pilgrim's Traverse has kind of... I'm not going to say that it made this easier, but it made me more in line with, like, wanting to do deep dungeon stuff. Holy Jesus, why is your HP so much higher? Direct, thank you for the 4 months. Welcome back. I love resubs. Hey, remember, if you're not subscribed, you can always subscribe to support the stream or become a member on YouTube. It supports the channel directly and gets you emotes. On Twitch, it gets you ad-free also. As does Prime subs. Dude, one of my... So, preview. Next month, I'm planning on doing a subathon. I haven't done one in a long time, and I skipped doing one in September because I just wasn't in the right headspace for it. That's improved. Oh, Jesus Christ, another rage. That's improved. So I've got some fun stuff. One of them is going to be for me to unlock the esthetician and change my character appearance. Now, there's going to be a tier 1 of just getting the esthetician and changing the hairstyle. If I get tier 2, it's a full-on character change. It's not a permanent one necessarily, but I will do it. So far, I've got that. I've got Whoops's build your own pizza thing. I asked him what he did for that, so I'm just going to literally, like, verbatim copy that. Hello, Master. I have egg on the head as one of the, like, smaller things. which I was also going to do in September, but didn't. Dude, that sounds great. Yeah, I asked Whoops exactly how he did it, so I have it all written down. Dude, I swear if somebody just makes me... Here's the thing. I probably won't have the worst time, but that is not what I meant. It is chat building me a pizza and then me having to eat said pizza. Basically, approximate breakdown is people who gift a certain amount can add an ingredient to the list. And then people vote on the ingredient, like the top 5 ingredients that they want included. And that does not have to be normal. Like, we're talking it could be mayonnaise and kimchi. It could be a mayonnaise kimchi M&M spaghetti pizza. Yes, the last 2 were from Elf. I started running out of ideas off the top of my head. I apologize. No, I'm just going to buy store-bought dough. That's all I'm going to do. I'm just going to buy store-bought dough, and then it's topping central after that. Chimichurri shrimp kimchi pizza. I don't remember what was on Whoops' pizza, but when I saw it, I was like, I'd eat it. And he went, really? I was like, yeah, that sounds like it probably would have tasted all right. Listen, you remember that dude, a seafood boil pizza sounds great. Are you fucking kidding me? Just dump a seafood boil onto a pizza? A pizza? Isn't that just a calzone? Isn't a pizza just like an unsealed calzone? The cheesecake in the middle? I don't know, dude. I use cream cheese in recipes that are savory. Just gives it a little more personality. I'm just not doing the hot sauces. That's the only thing. If someone puts a really bad hot sauce on there, after what happened earlier this year, that is like the one exception I am making, where I cannot have like a hyper hot sauce. Because that's when I got my like not aneurysm, and I started having my blood pressure issues, was after that. Cursed food combo? I mean, I would eat that. That doesn't sound like a terrible thing to me. Truffle oil drenched arugula. Yeah, that doesn't sound great. It's unholy. Here's the thing, though. Sometimes it's just because it's unholy doesn't mean it's bad. That's why the church is always so upset. I like anchovy pizza. Anchovies are nice and salty. I mean, I'm a huge Worcestershire fan also. Worcester sauce, my favorite. Big Worcester sauce fan. I don't know what people have against Worcester sauce. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The drenched part was the concern that I had. The ingredient, not the problem. The drenched part upset me. Worcester Shari. True. Reminds me in what's it called? In OSRS, I call the I don't think we actually know the real pronunciation. I assume it's Ardoin or Ardone. It's a town. Oh, wait. I call it Ardugny because that's how it's spelled. And I thought I was the only asshole who did that. And then somebody I know, I heard them say it, and I was like, they get me. Tuna? See, here's the thing. Nobody said anything that has upset me yet. I'm not upset at tuna on the pizza. Here's the thing. Nobody said what kind of tuna. Not in this case. So I would just make a nice lightly seared soy marinated tuna to go on the pizza. Actually, soy marinated is the wrong call. Oh, I will say this. Also, I have to be able to obtain the ingredients. Yo, put those pickles on. Sophie. So Sophie ordered me pickle fries the other day, like last week. And she thought that it was regular fries with like a pickle dill sauce on the side. So, but they weren't. They were slices, thinly sliced like pieces of pickle that were battered and deep fried. Now, fried pickles is not an unusual thing, so that's great. But I forget who we were talking to, and I was telling them about that, and I was like, yeah, they were like deep fried pickles. And she was like, no, they were regular fries. And I was like, trust me, I'm the one who ate them. They were definitely deep fried pickles. It was basically pickles that were cut into like thinner shapes and then battered and fried. And then with like a dill cream sauce for dipping. Oh. Saucy, you're back. Like, butthole-wise? Well. She's... You see the picture I sent you of Bacon? He's under the bed. Sausage just got... groomed. Yeah, I guess it's up on my phone. I'll just... That's where he is under the bed. He's just on the corner. Well, all 5 of them were in here last night at one point.
You got clean pillowcases.
Yeah. Hi, Ivy. Oh no, I'm gonna die.
Oh, Miss Ivy, is that your friend? Is that your friend Sausage? Sausage want to be lonely?
Yeah, Sausage just wants nothing to do with her, and Ivy wants a friend. Yeah, you gotta make up your mind, Sausage. She's begging to get in at some points, but not right now. There you go, Sausage. I'm not gonna lie, I feel like I'd like that, Krista. Is that weird? Turnip fries? I mean, it's deep fried. I don't give a shit. I am a firm believer of that if it's deep fried, it probably is good. Mantra. It's edible at the very least. Dude, a Nashville hot chicken pizza with crispy chicken pickles. Dude, I think that's an abomination, but trust me, drunk me would definitely consume. I am also someone who is very food adventurous. So, as long as, like, if I go into something, I go into something with an open mind every time. Dude, sweet potato fries are great. You have to treat them well. Like I said, at Bobby's Burger Palace, my favorite burger place I've ever been to that was owned by Bobby Filet, they did a sweet potato fry with a sweet horseradish honey dipping sauce. Bobby, your burgers are good, but those fries are why I went. Thank you, Bobby Flay. Yeah, making them, I hate working with sweet potatoes personally. Like, I'll do it, but like, dude, when I want a sweet potato, I don't want it to just take double the time it takes me to do fucking anything else. I actually don't mind cutting them and dealing with that headache, because at the very least, if I do that, it won't take me a billion years. Like, if I try to bake a fucking sweet potato, oh, it's just torture. It just takes so long. At least too long for me. Like, when I have the idea versus when I'm hungry, the two just don't match up. I can work with a baked potato. Like, I can get a nice crispy baked potato done, you know, at least in probably about 60% of the time it takes to do a sweet potato. But sweet potatoes, you can just do, you could do a lot with a sweet potato. It's I just call it the dessert potato. Damn, that thing is dead. Like I said, I'm very food adventurous. Like I said, one of the main reasons I want to go to Scotland is to try haggis. Like, I genuinely am, like, excited at the... Like, I might not like it, I don't know, but... I really do want to try haggis. Anywhere I go, I want to try something that is local. Even if it's something that is, like, kind of seen as disgusting. Was the worst thing? I don't think she's had balut. I've told this story a million times, but I definitely don't think she's had balut. Balut actually didn't taste that bad for me, but the mental struggle of it is like nothing else. It's odd that it actually wasn't bad. It was just mentally disgusting. It's scarier than it is poor tasting. Cat just threw my donut to the floor, still eating it. You know what? I respect it. Durian, also, that came up earlier. You know, sure, the smell, but like... You know what was something I've never tried? But I've been curious about it since I was a kid, is Limburger cheese. And that's because in Biker Mice from Mars, the main villain's name is Limburger. And I didn't know. And then when I was a kid, I was like, what even is that? And my parents told me it's a really, really smelly cheese. Like the most disgusting smelling cheese. Like you have to eat it with like a clothespin over your nose, or you'll just gag at the smell. And I've never had it, and I want to. I've never even been around it. Like I need to close this chapter, this Limburger chapter of my life. Shout out to Biker Mice from Mars, by the way. That's like a little gem of my childhood that I loved. Like great streamer food. I'm sure that, listen, if you were to put Limburger cheese and a dirty streamer in the same room, you might not be able to tell the difference between the two. Just depends on the streamer. Send them to a convention hall. Listen, if I've survived so many convention halls, I'm not afraid of Limburger cheese, alright? I know true despair already. Deodorant is lost. Oh, it's definitely lost. Then again, I don't think they ever knew where it was in the first place. Well, if you remember it, let me know, Little. You tried pig belly tacos? No, but I would gladly. Sounds great. I mean, I love pork belly. I know it's not the same thing. Pork belly and pig's belly are not the same thing. I fully understand that. But I totally would. I'm not most of the time afraid of trying things. I've seen people get grossed out over things I love. I remember, I don't know if anyone remembers Kamate. They were one of the community managers at Square for a really long time. And I went out with him and a couple of other people to Korean barbecue at some point. And I forget what the name is, but his favorite thing is small intestine. And he actively warns people that he's ordering it because he knows how unappealing it is to so many people that he just feels he owes them due diligence and warning them that he's getting it. And I tried that and I was like, I don't love it. There's nothing wrong with it necessarily. But it just isn't, like, I don't see why I would order this opposed to all the other things I like. I would, okay, this isn't going to make sense, but hold on. I would equate it to meatloaf in the same, like, I'm out to get food, what do I want to order mentality. Meatloaf is something I love. It's great. I mean, it's hard to go wrong. I mean, it can be done wrong, but, like, you know, fundamentally as a food, it's just made of things that I love, right? So it's not like I'm going to be like, you know, oh, I hate meatloaf. But I would never in my life order meatloaf at a restaurant. Even if it was like the most world famous meatloaf, I still wouldn't want to order it. Because it's just like, I didn't leave the house to get meatloaf. You know what I mean? Like that, it's too much of a home food to me. Oh, I've heard of that, Little. I think I know it. I think I remember what that is. Yeah, I would try it. I mean, like I said, I would try most anything. You want to try eating a scorpion? Bugs are weird. I could do some bugs. But they really, I don't just want to eat them as is. Let me put it this way. If somebody told me that something was made with crushed up ants and it tasted amazing, I wouldn't have any issue with it. But I don't want to eat an ant as like an ant. You know, I want it to be an ingredient in the thing I'm using. Because I genuinely think that there's like, bugs probably are really good in cuisine. They just aren't appealing as they are. I genuinely think you get a pestle and mortar, you can make any bug taste good. Or at least use it in a recipe that makes sense. Like, you literally just grind up any bug in a pestle and mortar with, like, some spices and stuff and, like, mix it into some... It's probably going to be... I just don't like the idea of eating one that's, like, in its shell and, like, the... That's weird to me. That I think I would struggle with. But not the actual consumption of the bug in itself. I always remember there's a Gordon Ramsay video where he eats an ant chutney in like a village out in the middle of nowhere in India, and I'm like, oh, I would fucking love to try an ant chutney. I would do that. If somebody offered me an ant chutney, even if they made it right in front of me and I got to see the ants get crushed up, I'd be like, sure. And I'm just not eating the ant as the ant or the spider as the spider. It's just like, I just don't want to see it as that thing. But I wouldn't be grossed out if somebody fed something to me and said, oh, you know what's in that? Spider. I'd be like, damn, that's a good spider. That reminds me, dude, when I was young, there's a J-Rock star. Is their name, what's their name? Bo? Is that it? Anyone here know J-Rock stars from like the early to mid 2000s? I don't know if these people are still relevant nowadays. Is that right? Anyone have that like that knowledge somewhere in their repertoire? I only loosely remember it. Anyway, it was a J-Rock star, and they were dressed up like pretty dainty. I'm not gonna say daintily, but they were dressed up androgynously, I guess. I think that's the word for it. And one of my friends, she showed me a picture and she was like, what do you think of this person? And I was like, yo, she's pretty cute. And she's like, that's a guy. And I'm like, well, damn, he pretty cute. I can't take it back now. You know what I mean? Like, I can't unsay it. I can't be like, oh, well, now they're unattractive. It's like, no, you fucking got me. I already said it, right? It's kind of like, that's kind of my mentality with like bugs and food. It's like, if I eat it and it's great, and then I find out something that is disgusting but is safe to eat is in it, I'm not going to be like, oh, well, now it's gross. I'm going to be like, oh, damn, that's impressive. There's no point in taking it back. You know what I mean? Like, my emotion in the this is why my parents, for some reason, couldn't pull this off on me, and I genuinely don't know why. They were never like parents like who tried to trick me into liking something, or like if they did, it just never worked. They just, you could do it. They just didn't do it well. Because I know that if somebody does that to me and I end up liking it, I'll just commit to the bit. But that never worked for them. Well, yeah, Dact, I know. I'm a Final Fantasy person, you know. I think I'm contractually obligated to know who he is. But I swear, I think Bo was the name. It's ringing a bell. It's ringing a bell. I mean, the way I look at it is, Prince, I eat sea bugs. So who gives a shit if I eat land bugs? I think sea bugs are generally more presentable in terms of consumption. But we also have normalized mixing, like crab cakes don't look like crabs. Where's ant cakes? Where's cricket cakes? You know, you just gotta make sure that it like roughly is the same. I just don't want to get an ant. Here's the thing: I don't want to get like an antler, like an insect antler in my teeth. I don't want that. Shrimp? Yeah. Maybe Fernie. I don't know anything about that. That's it. If that doesn't happen to me, I will have no issues consuming the bug. That's why a scorpion is kind of weird for me. Like, I don't think I could eat, like, the stinger of a scorpion. I don't think I have it in me to do that. Like, visually, like, visually, like, eating, like, it's just, yeah. I think that's kind of a place where I would draw my line. Yeah, like a scorpion lollipop, I couldn't do that. I'll eat a scorpion, but I just don't want it to look like I'm eating a scorpion. I'm not eating a scorpion as part of the subathon. A chocolate-covered ant, I would eat. And here's the problem. Because I would eat it, it doesn't make a good reward. I would eat chocolate-covered ants. And I know that's a thing, so. 100% I would eat a chocolate-covered ant. I think that's like the one form I could I think ants are small enough that you can, even if the body is intact, you can probably get away with it with me. You know what I mean? Well, that's why I think that you should crush bugs into a pestle and mortar. I think that's the best way to do it, because then, like, if you do, or even, I guess, a food processor. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't care if the shell is part of what I'm eating. I just don't want it to look like the shell. I don't want to get an antler in my teeth. If you can crush it up and get rid of all that and remove that visual / association with it. I love sour. I'm a sour head. One of my favorite candies of all time is still to this day lemon heads and warheads. I used to import candies from Canada that were mega sour balls that came with like warning labels and shit just to feel something. Unironically. Some grubs if they're seasonal. I'm very well. If the entirety of society had to start relying on like really weird foods in order to survive, this sounds like a K-drama. I wouldn't have a problem with it. I'd figure it out. I genuinely would. I will say this, though. If a meteor is going to hit the planet, and that's the cause of it, I'm just going to go get hit by the meteor. That's what I always tell people. I say, if a meteor that's going to wipe out all of human existence or make it incredibly uncomfortable for several centuries is going to hit the planet, I'm camping out right under the impact zone. I'm not even going to bother, dude. I'm just going. It ain't worth it. I've eaten snails. Have you guys ever had like Chinese snails? Oh my god, I love them. They just give you a little toothpick and they're basically cooked inside the shell, and you take the toothpick and you just like kind of stick it in there and pull it. Chinese snails. I've had authentic Chinese food, like authentic, like snout to tail, like style cooking in like Chinese cuisine. And all sorts of like really weird things. The Chinese snails were really good. They were fantastic. Like 100%. I don't even know it's in the new 11 update. I saw there was a weapon upgrade campaign, but they do campaigns like that all the time. Chinese snail with the little oh man, it was so good. I'm a tripe enjoyer. I know some people aren't super good with tripe. I think it's okay. I'm not like, I probably wouldn't it's kind of like the small intestine. from the Korean barbecue story. Like, I don't think I'd ever, like, want it, but I can easily eat it, and it's okay. Tripe is great. Yeah, it's great. But some people are really, really, you know, they can't do tripe. I can do tripe. Because it's one of those things, they know what it is. Foie gras, I love foie gras. Foie gras is actually tough. It's a little too rich. It's like, it tastes good, but I like it in like a really small portion with something. I would never want foie gras, like, as the dish. Yeah, like duck legs is a good example, yeah. Foie gras on pizza works okay. You have to get it, you don't want to get it on like an authentic like New York pizza. That's something you put on like a slightly fancier pizza. You need that, the pizza itself needs to feel expensive, which is not my favorite way to enjoy pizza. I like when my pizza feels almost cheap. Cheap, but not... Actually, no. Inexpensive, but not cheap. That's how I would put it. Dude, tripe's great. There's a lot of things out there that people are just scared to eat, man. Dude, I always love telling the story. When I was in Japan, and I stayed at one of the biggest hotels in Shinjuku, there was 3 buffets in the basement. There was an American buffet, a Japanese buffet, and a mixed buffet. Now, I, of course, went to the Japanese buffet, but the line was like an hour and a half for the American buffet and like 45 minutes for the mixed buffet. So I was annoyed. I was like, why the fuck did you all even come here? Seriously. Like, I just walked into the Japanese buffet, and it was like, I was instantly eating. So they were shocked that a white person came in. They were just like, oh my god, he didn't get in the line for the American buffet. That's crazy. And it was great. It was a simple meal. I enjoyed it. Service was good. It was quiet. It was awesome. Loved it. So that's point number 1 of the story. Point number 2, the second day I said, you know what? I will go to the mixed buffet. At least to see, like, what's, like, how does, now that I know what the Japanese buffet is, what does the mixed buffet look like? Because, like, the vibes are so totally different, right? Ow, by the way. And so that's what I did. And, for those who have never been to Japan, or honestly, I guess countries outside of the United States, I won't speak for any other country that may not have the same experience. Eggs in America are cooked to well done because they have to be. It is not generally safe to have kind of a runny egg in America most of the time. So people really have grown up with, oh my god, by the way. People have really grown up with the prospect of, if it's runny, it's not cooked. Whereas in Japan, for example, you kind of want your eggs to be runny. It just to make sure that they're cooked just enough, but not overcooked. So at the mixed buffet, they have, you know, like most buffets for breakfast, they have like a scrambled egg section. I think most of us who have ever been to any buffet, we're used to that. At the eggs at the buffet, there was a man complaining about how the eggs were uncooked. And the chef was trying to explain to him, or the cook, I should say, was trying to explain to him that they were not undercooked and that they were safe to eat. And he just wouldn't let it go. And I'm just like, yep, that dude's just looking for, like, why would you even come to the mixed buffet? Now I'm even more confused. So yeah, it's just I don't get it. I'm not saying people need to want to try these things or like they should. People can do whatever they want. That doesn't mean I have to understand it. Yeah, I love raw egg in Japan. That was actually one of the things I miss most. I love just cracking a raw egg over a hot bowl of rice. And just letting the rice kind of like soak it up and, you know, cook it a little bit through. Oh, I killed it just in time to stop the pox. Gyodon used to be my favorite order when I went to Mitsuya. Obviously, that's not egg, that's meat, but, you know. That was one of my go-to choices. When there was a Japanese supermarket called Mitsuya I used to go to, and I would always get Gyodon when I would go there. Now I find the Rage Palm. Ugh. Fucking love Mitsuya. They would, once a year, they would fly in a ramen chef from Japan, and they would prepare, like, ramen just for one day in the supermarket. And if you did not get there, like, 2 hours before opening, you were not getting ramen, because it was by far the busiest time. Yeah, and they usually have some good stores. They usually have like a manga store nearby. They have the actual supermarket, a bunch of restaurants, you know, bakeries. Dude, one of them that I went to had a hibachi place out back, but it wasn't like a unique hibachi place. It was like a chain hibachi, and I was just like, that's a really weird thing to throw by. Like, I come to Mitsuya because I want a particular kind of experience that doesn't feel like the rest of the world and its interpretation of, like, I don't know, hibachi in America is weird because it is, most of the time it's fairly authentic, but a lot of the times they do train. I've been to hibachi places where there's no Japanese association at all. They just have really skilled people. There's nothing wrong with that, but it is strange to me when I go to a place for a certain cuisine type and the majority of the people making it are not, they may be knowledgeable about it, but, you know, it's just a different vibe. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not killing this thing without a strength bomb before it does it. Sorry, I can just get rid of it. I'll wait to get rid of it, though. Oh, well, actually, you know what? I actually need to do this now, because I do not want to be on no items while having pox. You can't stun golds. Once the gold coffers are mimics, they can't be stunned anymore. They can only be interrupted. Bronze and silver can be kicked, but not these ones. Oh, wait a minute. I just realized I'm done with this Slayer task in Osiris. I didn't even notice. Yeah, and then as machinist, you can interrupt them. So. Even if you don't melt them. Yeah, my solo to 200 in here was on machinist, so yeah, relatively same experience. Let me go get that Rage Palm way back here. Yeah, I'm going to hold on to my intuitions to 101 plus. I don't normally do that, but I'll only use spares here. Rage quit. That's not even... Oh boy, yeah, if you rage quit at 160, then definitely don't go back. Just so I know where the trap is. And you know what? That's a spare intuition. I'll use that. Yeah, I'm going to repeat my statement. 171 plus is not for the faint of heart. You will break your computer. Interesting. I just want to protect your mental. I love telling people that there's content in Final Fantasy XIV they haven't tried and they should. Deep Dungeon is only for very particular people. At least when it comes to the top floor solos. You can't just be someone who is generally like enthused by playing the game and then do it. You will not be enthused for very long. Sam 52 is the current goal, which I'll get on this floor set. I think Sam 52 is enough. If it's not, then I'll just keep gaining levels until it is. Because I'm at the point where the next thing I need to do, I can't do level synced no matter what. So I want to do it in as little as possible. I don't want to just like get to 60 and then blast it, you know. 52 with Epic Echo is definitely doable. I'm curious if I can do it without Epic Echo. Excuse me. I mean, what I always tell people is you pretty much just get the written guide, pull it up on the other monitor, read it, absorb it, and then also just literally have it up on the side the entire time. You just never, ever not have it. Yeah, well, A, there is no regular echo for the thing I'm doing. B, that's not how it works. But, and also, C, the idea is to not have echo at all. Like, we don't want echo. Oh, sound aggro, right. I'm not moving, so he doesn't aggro. Yeah, sound aggro is funny sometimes. I'm gonna second one. They also, yeah, the way that they actually end up stacking probably doesn't work that way, to boot. There are certain floors for Palace of the Dead solos also where, like, I'm not gonna lie, 80% of your preparation for a Palace of the Dead solo is floor 180. Specifically that boss. Now, that's not, and then I'd say 10% of the total is the floor 190 boss, who is very easy to understand, but is a huge nerve check, especially if you get hit by a big auto attack, a big auto cleave combo, and your HP drops to like a third. And then the other 10% are the actual floors. And then I'd say 6% of what's remaining is 191 to 199. Like, the floor 180 boss will hard wall people more than anything else, if you've never done it before. And then it also depends on your job. Some people just also, you know, they pick a job that is really not made to do that boss easily. Yeah, it's pretty washed to die to a 450 boss as Machinist. It's pretty washed to die to the 450 boss. I ain't gonna lie. Oh, and Pilgrims. Same answer. Same answer. Well, I mean, when people who run without job stones, they've been doing this so long, they don't, you know, you don't use them as the baseline example. It's 50 the Cactar. I kind of group all of them together. I know Coral Regina is 70. But, no, yeah, the Antlion is 50. Yeah, it's pretty washed to die to the Antlion. At least as a melee, I could see somebody greeting. Nope, didn't mean to do that. I think Palace Knights are proximity. Yeah. I remember the floor 191 to 150 variants being proximity, and I'm like, so these should be the same. There's a lot of proximity aggro on this floor set in particular, on 191 and just 91. I don't remember if these are proximity. Yep. Yeah, undead. Well, it depends, because the Coffin Keepers are not. The Coffin Keeper, the Grave Keepers right here, these are sound. So, depends, but yeah, for the most part. Yeah, the Dragons also are proximity. That I remember for sure. Let me do that. Stop! Get out of my way! God damn it. So the dragons, not proximity here. But I gotta respawn and he turned to actually look at me at the same time. I was like, let me see something real quick. Gets blasted. What an annoying floor. Normally 91 to 100 wouldn't take this long, but this floor has taken a very long time. We've also had quite a few monster floors that I haven't been skipping past. Oh, hey, Phoenix Downs. I love those in a solo playthrough. I was just thinking how many more Phoenix Downs I want in my solo playthrough. At least I no longer have pox. Right, I don't have Mechio. I also don't have any of my heals other than my potions, so. Yeah, luckily this is the exit right here. What the? Oh, never mind. I thought I had aggroed another thing. I was like, huh? Yeah, there's some deep... Like, I understand having a problem with, like, the no abilities and blind floors going away in Pilgrims, how much easier it makes them. But by God, are they just such unfun mechanics. See, it's funny you said that, Prince, because I was thinking that I would chuck it at the opponent and have them come back and fight me again instead, because that's occurred far more times than what you just said. Your reference, I know what reference is from the hit fight, but that is unfortunately not the norm. Yeah, well, undeads are definitely the important thing for the next floor. I wasn't even planning on doing 51 to 100 today. I'm really into the Ironman character. I just have other things that I've also been enjoying doing. You know, as much as I don't mind the Nebeth Abdulord fight, I do kind of hate that it's effectively a potential triple resolution check. You technically don't need to use all three. You usually, even solo, can just do it with two. But you know what I mean. I mean, I'm sure you could manage just killing them over and over again, but very annoying. It is kind of funny that Phoenix Downs are just in the chests in here. It'd be like, So there's just like a nuclear weapon against everything in here, just sitting in all the chests, huh? Obviously, we can't use them that way in this game, but that's how my brain processes it. And goodbye. And that'll be 52. Oh my god, I don't care. A new high score! Alright, I'm gonna try real quick with just my current gear and everything. Unrestricted. Silence Echo. I want to see what it's like with the Echo silenced. I also don't have... I'm gonna try it without food and pots first, just to see what it looks like. Because now I have Shinten, so... In theory, I just need to make sure I have maximum, like, that I can Shinten. Well, I need to make sure I go into the heart phase with a Madare pretty much already prepped also. Two levels worth of stats is also really valuable when you're going above 50. I think you get way more in stats at that level range. Sir? I was gonna say. I know you're supposed to jump already. Yeah, I guess it's true. They couldn't do anything about it, so... And then I'll just save that. I just need to see about killing this, Oh wow, I actually won't have enough gauge by then. I guess if I Yukikaze spam, I could, but... I'll be missing a little bit. Oh, I guess that sucks. Hello, meow. So it's going to be without food and pots. No, even that's still going to require Epic Echo. So unfortunately, that's still... I basically need to kill it before that even happens. Because now the jail has still got me locked in. With Epic Echo, easy. With food and pots, probably. Because then that begins the second. Yeah, Epic Echo would obviously... Because Epic Echo is 30%, I believe, right now. But yeah, that's what happens if you get jailed at all. I have a regular, like, normal quality high potion of strength. That's not true. Titan absolutely does proximity damage in hard mode. You don't know, nobody gives a shit anymore, but it absolutely is still there. Yeah, so I'm gonna just try it with the high potion of strength and see what happens. I'll put a max potion on my bar, I guess. Not really gonna use it. Yeah, they mean the get out of the middle. They mean the proximity damage. Not spread, but the proximity. Sorry, I want to check something. Okay, perfect. Sorry, I'm just doing something real quick. Yeah, let's see what happens with the high potion. Because I can also craft... I think now it's a crafting grind. I think if I just craft, I don't need to gain any more levels. I might want to go like Yukikaze spam just to make sure. Well, actually, I don't know if I could have had more. I do need to make sure that when I transition phases, I have the buffs. I can't let the buffs not be there. Alright, buffs are both there. It's actually a good transition, because I can do a bunch of damage here, too. Alright. Okay, that's right. Those only last 15 seconds, but whatever. Almost. Yeah, if I just craft a little bit, this is done. Because I'm not even in, like... I'm in level 45-ish gear with the base weapon for Samurai. So if I am in slightly better gear... Better food... Actually, a better potion alone would probably do the trick. That's not even a high-quality potion. Okay, so this is... I don't need any more Samurai levels. I can stay at 52. Which I should do. Again, I don't want to like super grind and get... Okay, if it's ever going to have to be unsynced, I don't want to make it a complete laughing stock. I want to see kind of what the minimums I can get away with are. Now, I will say that does mean alchemy is probably a priority. Because I think if I just get higher level potions, that alone probably does the trick. Rock salts. Do I have rock salt? I have some. Yarzen legs. That's fun. Okay, I probably don't want to bother with the high potion of strength. I should just grind up and get to the higher level. I should just get whatever's easiest. The question is, what is that? High potions are still among my best leveling methods, but I think I need distilled water. I think I have these. 68 of those, 67 of those. I don't think I have... Oh, no, I do. I just need to actually make them. All right. I'm going to go make all my high potions real quick. Just see what alchemy level I end up at. I can also get 3 more right side accessories with leave quests if I really want to. At least it's an option. Let me do this. So we need the distilled water. Here we go. And then we need the other 2 items are off Grand Company leveling. What do you mean? Do you mean like skilling up my Grand? I mean, that wouldn't accomplish anything for me at the moment. Especially given that I'm only using vendor items as a last resort. So I wouldn't be gearing up with those. If that's what you're referring to as using Grand Company gear. Crafter XP. Oh, I mean, yeah, there's always that. But that's once a day. I mean, with the preferred world bonus, it's great. But I need to make these high potions anyway, so I might as well just see where I'm at. Alright, I needed the gill buns and the... Where is the other item I needed? Right here. Yeah, the big thing is I have to do the manual crafts. While I still need EXP, I have to. I might... My alchemy gear is not up to date. I think I have some slightly better gear for it. Like, I have it in my inventory at the moment. Let me double check. It's about 8,000, so it's like 10 crafts for a level. Yeah, that's like... Oh, no, I am actually. I thought I had... I guess it wasn't alchemy. I have goldsmith. I have weaver. Yeah, I guess I didn't have... no, I do have the steel mortar. Was that... Yeah, okay. I was going to say, I knew I had something. Yeah, so 10 of these crafts make for about a level. Yeah, fortunately, because I need so many of these, it doesn't really matter. 8,000 EXP apiece. Yeah, this really won't go much further, but I do need high potions for a while. Unfortunately, until I get some form of self-sustain, high potions I think are going to be my best bet because they have a much, much lower cooldown. Okay, I guess I should venerate. I was gonna say, if I can just spam my actions, that would be better. Yeah, this is the less sexy part of doing the Ironman stuff. But this is what really determines if you're able to do it or not. Is whether or not you're able to put up with the crafting grind. I should check the Grand Company, though. You're right. No, I'm doing Iron Man right now. I ended up doing that instead. Just because I don't know, I was just in the mood for it. No, I don't really like macro crafting for like low level. You don't even have that many skills. It's effectively just like when you have to press like 20 something skills per craft, I totally get it. But I have like nothing skill wise. You know what I mean? Some of these crafts are also being done terribly under-geared. I would like to put that out there as well. Like, I absolutely look at my good procs on some of the crafts that I was doing, and I'm going, I really hope I get one, because if I don't know if I can actually guarantee this is high quality. All right, there's 33. Let's see how many it is now. I still need to finish getting my mount in Cosmic. Yeah, the second video for this I should have done this week. I meant to have it done weeks ago, but just didn't get done. I have a decent amount of editing left, but it'll definitely be done before Friday. I didn't plan on releasing it until Friday anyway, so that works out. The whole year has flown by, man. I mean, to be fair, this is a year that's meant a lot to me in a lot of different ways. You know, I didn't see this year going the way it did in any capacity. And I couldn't be more pleased. I couldn't be happier with how it's gone. What are you smiling at? Survived it all. Given there was a month there where I was a little afraid for my life, yeah, that's definitely a positive. Yeah, that's true. You know what? I'll definitely take that. I can't even imagine doing something as stupid as Happy Coin. That sounds like the stupidest fucking thing in existence. Yeah, we were making fun of crypto. You're Mr. Happy for a reason. Yeah, sometimes it's easier than others. There's still, as many of you may be aware, still one part of my life that I definitely need rest on. And I have no idea how that's all gonna end. Wish I did. Oh, right, the fucking challenge log, too. I forgot. I forget there's crafting challenge logs. I'll be completely honest with you. I completely forgot that they even exist. $34. So many high... Dude, it's nice to just be able to make high... I've literally been getting levels off high potions for like 13 levels at this point. Given that one of my biggest concerns with alchemy was gathering materials, being able to skip a whole bunch of levels with Preferred World, definitely appreciated. . Unfortunately, I can see that that is very rapidly. It's not coming to an end just yet. The fact that my EXP is only going down by like 500 on high potions per like level I gain. But the amount of EXP that I need is only going up by like 5,000 or 6,000. Basically, barely means like that much more crafting. And given I really kind of have to make all these potions anyway, I have like 50 more cents of this. I think that's going to be it. I don't think that's going to get me to X potions, but that would be nice, actually. Because I think X potions are not too dissimilar. They need higher level materials, but I think they're about as easy to make. So if I could roll high potions all the way up to X potions, that would actually be nutty. Well, that's because all the Xbox news that's happened hasn't been coming from Phil. Normally, Phil's the one talking about it. Whenever anything news-related happens, it was and they just like, they're like, no, listen, we can't taint your image. Although my image is that he's a robot. Just with a likable face. And his word has never meant anything, because no matter what, it's always going to be Microsoft in the end running everything. I've got 41 more crafts. Yeah, now it's just the Microsoft. When it's got to be bad news, it's got to be this Microsoft CEO. I've never taken much stock, but at the very least, he wasn't as cold. Robotic, but not cold. Listen, one of my favorite TV show characters is effectively has the personality of a robot about 80% of the time. But he's a lovable robot. Crafting up a storm. It is what it is, dude. All the industries are cooked. Everybody cooked. I'm not gonna lie, you said them buying Activision was a huge overreach, and I thought you said Overwatch. Which is technically part of that acquisition, but you know, that wasn't the intention. Oh, Caracools. Oh god, that's one way to level, yeah. I forgot about Wanolin. There is also high ethers now. How many high potions do I have? I only have 133. I need to just keep crafting. 133 is not enough. I need to use all of these on high potions. Yeah, when was Amazon ever competing with Steam? That particular bit blew my mind. I don't know what the fuck. I don't know when that idea happened. Dude, Microsoft's about to take a much bigger L in the next few years. Or at least I think it's going to be a much bigger L. They got about 5 years, a little bit, actually a little less than that, to unfuck themselves. And I don't think that's how it's going to go. These also need to be HQ, so... I have to do it. I think it's just the smartest thing to do anyway. The bigger problem is I definitely don't have the gear to, I think, reliably craft high-quality lanolins. I think this is going to result in me just needing to go get better gear. I mean, I'm not particularly worried about Xbox on its own. I haven't been very optimistic. Dude, literally since Game Pass began, I've been saying this is a disaster just a few years down the line. And I still think that's the case. I mean, they've kind of already hit the everybody, like, tilting their head and going... They've already hit that part, but the worst is yet to come. I felt like that was always destined to go away at some point. Most services, you know, it kind of happens anyway, but that one in particular. I have not been optimistic about for a very long time. I think it's like 10 more cents for the next level. That'll be 36. I'm 10 levels over high potions at the moment. But they're so easy to craft and I need so many. I'm going to need them for dungeons. There's no point in me not doing this. I did see that, Keltis. Talked about that earlier. Ugh. Yeah, they've said some weird things. They've been a little weird. What is this? Oh, yeah, I knew about that. Oh, yeah. It's been a good couple of years for Mr. Jonathan Bailey. Oh, God. All right. Well, I had forgotten one key component of this. I don't have any more water shards. I've been waiting for this problem to hit. This has been a long time coming. Especially because of all the potion crafting I have to do. Let's go Western Thamlin. We're gonna need a lot of these. Merry birthday. Hey, it'll be my birthday soon. That's not relevant. Why did I even bother saying that? Who cares? Let's do 12's bounty. Be almost birthday. Yeah, I really want to make sure. We were talking about a bunch of stuff for that earlier. Oh, trust me, I have wanted that for a very long time. I'm definitely an advocate for breaking down crystals and clusters into the previous tiers. Long been an advocate. And yes, some of that is born from Final Fantasy XI, where you can actually just use a cluster in your inventory and it becomes the crystals. What the? Just get rid of them in general. I mean, honestly, there's not that much demerit in even suggesting that. That's not that wild. I don't think it is, at the very least. Nice. Happy early birthday, fellow December baby. Yeah, it's just, it's funny because they they simultaneously don't do anything and are completely crucial to the functioning of a system. You know what I mean? Kind of weird, but you know, it is what it is. Yeah. Thanolin? Thanolin? Play some music, Thanolin? Thanolin? Please? Thanolin, I love your music. Please play it. Only rocks. Not the rocks! At least it's not the sound of that stupid fucking file when you're craft. Ah, I hate that sound. I hate it so much. Hey, that reminds me, if you want to contribute to the discussion about inventory in Final Fantasy XIV, boy, do I have a freshly released YouTube video for you. It's so quiet. I hate it. I'm glad you enjoyed it, JMZ. I mean, yeah, if you really try, it's possible to fill the key item slots, but try. You definitely are putting in more effort than most people are to make it happen. No, really the purpose of the video doesn't even come to be about inventory so much as the way it's used. And yes, Pilgrim Traverse's fucking 10 currencies are on that list. It's so quiet. I hate it. Seriously, though, the music hasn't looped yet. Like, I know it takes forever in Realm Reborn, but, like, really? Even this seems excessive for me. That's not helping. It's still not helping.
It's huge!
Enormous. Hello, Black Magic. I'm getting shards because I ran out while crafting. Guys, it's still so quiet. I don't like it. Stop. Yeah. It might be a case where the only thing I send my retainers off to do is get shards.
I should have been the one to fill your dark
That we might make that concession just because shards suck. The only reason why I refrained from using the retainers is because venture tokens, the only ones I currently have are quest rewards. And the only way you can get them for the most part is from vendors. But I think that ventures become the one exception because they're required for an entire feature, and that feature isn't technically an unsoloable thing. Like, I'm sorry, isn't like it doesn't in any way compromise the fact that it's being done solo. It compromises the whole vendor thing, but it's very similar to like fishing with baits. Like you can technically get some baits without going to a vendor, but the majority of the feature is locked behind vendors selling baits. And that's kind of how this happens. You go until you need to make a concession, or you feel like a concession is reasonable enough to make. Like doing Titan without well, anything, I think is reasonable in that regard. You know, I can't, that literally cannot be done while synced. It just can't. Yeah. Effectively, the entire thing still ends up being solo. That's true. Desynthing fish does give water. Well, it does give shards. Desynthing gives shards, which is great. It's still quiet. I'm going crazy. This is going to be my next criticizing 14 video. Go back and fix a Realm Reborn's sound. The music loop. Please. It's too... I believe the technology is there to go back and address it. You know what? I'm stupid. Solid opportunity for me to put more Harvestella music on. Given it's Harvestella's 3rd anniversary. And it's honestly fitting that I have Harvestella music on while gathering. Happy 3rd birthday, Harvestella. Make a fucking sequel already. We stand Harvestella in this stream. Well, I mean, they tried. They just did a terrible job last. Yeah, I was thinking when I said 3rd birthday, I was thinking of Parasite Eve too. Did you get sad after that? When you started trying to think about Parasite Eve, you're like, oh, yeah, that reminds me of that reminds me of Parasite. Welcome back, Shadowy. Like, that's great. Oh. No, but don't worry, I will this time, Crim. They could just let me do it. I'll get the point across. We got this. I got it. Don't worry. What's going on, tacos? Well, right now I'm doing a special challenge character, and I'm just on a gathering class getting crystals. But I mean, I play everything. I have every job at max level on my main character. And I'll just play whatever I feel like at any given time. AKA, my team will make me play Fizz Ranged. Listen, I know it's true, but that doesn't mean we have to talk about it all the time. Alright? Just because something's true doesn't mean we have to talk about it. All I'm doing is hitting rocks right now. That's enough for me to finish my high potions. I'm gonna need more than that, though. I mean, let's just be real. For new players, well, I mean, it depends on what roles you want to play. The choices you have at the beginning of the game are not as extensive as the choices you have by the end of it. Like, as a healer, you only have the choice to start as Conjurer, because the only other healer's not available till level 30. If you want to play tank, I mean, it doesn't really matter. Gladiator and Marauder are pretty even early. All the tanks are pretty even in general, so just which one's more aesthetically pleasing. The only job I don't recommend playing right off the bat is Black Mage, or Thaumaturge. It's very slow early. Very, very slow early. That is like the sole thing I don't recommend is Thaumaturge. It's fine if you level it second, third, whatever, just not first. Some people like it early. I wouldn't recommend it as... If I was trying to sell someone on playing this game, I would not tell them to pick Thaumaturge right from the get-go. They'd have to be a particular kind of person to want that early on. And maybe they do, but I can't blindly recommend it. That doesn't change the fact that Thaumaturge is still, like, horribly boring early on. It functions better than it used to, but it's still horribly boring until you get Fire 4. The job is great. None of the jobs are bad. Just Thaumaturge is too slow. Or, like, I just think most people will find it boring at the early portion of the game. Archer can just run around all over the place. Melees are doing positionals and stuff. Thaumaturge, just blast, blast, blast. Just fire, fire, fire. Blizzard, blizzard, blizzard. Fire, fire, fire. Most things won't even look at you. You'll just be there. Takes a little while for that job to become online. I just don't think it's has good appeal early. It's a second or third job. When you already know how the game works, then you go back and do Thaumaturge. Yeah, but early on, a player gets told about it, they're more likely to participate in it. And a good melee still does them. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, well, I mean, yeah, that, obviously. Not what I was referring to. Obviously. But yeah, you start with, what, 9 classes? By level 10, you have 10 classes, and then by level 30, you have 11 jobs. And that's, like, half the total jobs available. Little more than half, but... In other words, whatever you start as doesn't matter that much, because you have plenty of options down the line, and one of those may be more appealing. Since you can play them all on one character, your first choice isn't that important? I mean, first impressions are important, but still. Hello, Jen. Oh, so many shards. E2S, good fight. Also, on content, pretty important fight to know you have positionals for. Also throw that out there. Fairly important fight to know you have positionals for, given the difficulty of that fight on content. So, glad they figured it out when they were there. I think I'm going to the gym in like an hour, so I'm going to craft up some of these potions and then probably wrap. Tomorrow I have the sponsored stream with the newbies. So I'll be streaming all through to 5 p.m. That's a lot of jade. Bye, Harvestella. Bye, Harvestella. Yeah, I gotta decide. I think I'm not gonna work on the Ironman video much more tonight. I think I want to get... I have a raid. I have to finish all my raid retrospectives. I wanted to work my way through Stormblood also. I can work on those for the next several weeks. $427. Yeah, I think I do... Where's my alchemist? Yeah, let me crank out the rest of the potions that I have. Or at least crank out some of them. I should get to 36 pretty easily off this. Oh, my weapon. My set's not saved. Let me fix that. I'll do it. Hold on. I'll do it after this. I'm distracted. Yeah, I mean, you really can't just change where a job unlock is super easily. Giving the Heavensward jobs pre-Heavensward is that's a pretty significant change that cannot just simply be done. As cool as it would be. Not so simple. $30 crafts? I might actually be able to get to 37 off these high potions. Although I don't know how much my EXP is going to go down again. Really need to upgrade all my gear. I really want to see if I can get to X potions. If I can get an X potion of strength, then Titan's done. It's too bad that leave quests are dropping high potions at 45 and not X potions. I think X potions are doable in a Realm Reborn. Pretty sure they are. If they're not, then so be it. A high quality strength potion and better food will probably do the trick. Oh, hold on. Alright. Sorry, Sophie was just asking me something. Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of reasons why they can't just move them. There's no shortage of reasons. Only 22 crafts. Never mind. I keep thinking... I see the distilled water number, and I keep thinking I have more of these than I do. Oh, that makes that easier. I'll just barely be short. Because I'm getting just over 5,000. I need 113. Yeah, this will be almost 37. What do I want to do for the levels after that? I probably make a bunch more distilled water and then do high ethers. I just need things that don't require a lot of materials. Because I don't need most of the items that the job offers. I shouldn't need anything like a blinding potion or a paralyzing potion or anything yet either. There's a not insignificant chance that I maybe want to have poisoning potions for something like Ultima. Maybe. I think just a good strength potion and decent gear is probably enough for that. I'd imagine that's a tank endeavor. It's really going to be about the last few percentage. Oh, I can probably... I'll have to study that fight a little bit. I'll have to go in on, like, another, like, a high-level job and just see how some of the interactions work. Especially for the last bit. See, I need to make more time to do stuff. You know what? I actually don't need to make more time to do stuff on this character right now. I have 2, almost 3 videos worth of content ready to go for this series. I'm actually in literally zero rush. But I want to get some of that stuff done. Because after Titan, I think things are going to get a lot easier for a little bit outside of individual dungeons that may have troublesome mechanics. I think my path to progress is a lot simpler until I get to like Zamiel maybe. Most of it won't be like crafting or making items. It'll be just handling what's there. Meanwhile, in Osiris on the side, I'm not even doing anything because I'm getting my character ready to go to Dagonoth Rex again. 167 Dagonoths. Wish me luck. Want my Berserker ring this time. Oh, interesting. That's fine. What's going on, Wicked? I mean, yeah, they said it during the live letter even. I went back and pretty sure I mentioned it. Well, let me rephrase. I mentioned it in a follow-up video or something. I mentioned it somewhere, but yeah. Oh, we mentioned it in State of the Realm. Right. I talked about it in State of the Realm. That's what it was. Most likely, I don't think they're bringing the mounts back. I think this is just going to be the actual armors. The top 100 armors reskinned. I would love if they brought the mounts back and reskinned them. But I don't want the originals. I think the originals should never be obtainable again. I don't care if people were win trading to get them. Not everyone was win trading to get them. I say leave the originals as is. Just make a different version of it, reskin them. Fine. Because some of them I want, but I honestly just only if they're reskins. That's it. Just recolor them. Let the people who had the originals keep them, and that's it. I think it's hilarious that they're introducing a mount that is already on the cash shop, just recolored, but it's going to come from content instead. I don't hate it. It's just funny. The chair is the big one that I wanted, yeah. From the second boss of Alamigo. Soul extraction complete! I heckin' love soul extraction. Well, no, it's the other way around. They released the carpet mount. The carpet mount's already on the Mog Station. Now they're putting a reskin of it in content. It's the other way around. Oops, didn't mean to do that. It's fine. Alright, I'm almost done with my high potion crafting. Well, that's not true. Normally, it's the other way around. Something becomes available, and then in the game, and then a reskin ends up on the cash shop. It's usually the other way around. Yeah, I'll be just short, just like I thought. Make that bank. Listen, I got Fantasias. As long as Fantasias exist, they'll always be making bank. That's what I always say. If they ever did an affiliate link for the Mog Station, I could retire off Fantasia sales a lot. Like, even if they gave me like 0.5% of the amount of money, I could retire. Like, I just, y'all go nuts. I'd just be like, yo, listen, I'm buying an island with this Fantasia money I'm making right now. Mr. Beast ain't got shit on me. And neither does King Kong. Yeah, I guess the path forward at this point is... So the extreme survival stuff we don't care about. I think this needs to make linen yarn. I think I need to make linen yarn to level up clothcraft. Because alchemy, I just want to make lanolin. I literally just want to... It's 5 water shards each, but that's just the lanolin play. This needs to make... I think I need to make like level 35-ish gear.
DeFishman56 just subscribed.
Thank you, Fish. Thank you for the 51 months. Rubber, hippogriff sinew. Yeah, I definitely need to make those. So that's boots. The choker is easy enough. This is new gathering gear. It's a lot of boar stuff. And clothcraft needs to make... probably both of these. Linen yarn and undyed linen. Yeah, because I don't have any linen at all. So yeah, linen... I just need to get a bunch of flax. Well, according to their initial reports back when the Cash Shop was first being released, the Cash Shop is the only source of revenue that exclusively goes into Final Fantasy XIV. Now, they said this about 10 years ago, so probably not, but I'm just repeating what they said. That was probably true at a time, because that's generally not how businesses work, period. So to have that statement was unusual to begin with. Generally speaking, that's not how businesses handle cash flow. So it would be a shocker if it worked that way at any point in reality. All right, so boots, legs, hands, body. Who makes the headpiece for this? Listen, I trust the shareholders. They keep asking about Xenogears. They know what the people want. The shareholders are people you can trust. In this one rare case. I guess the hat's just not getting replaced till the next level up. Alright, I think we're largely good. I just need to gather a bunch of flax, and I think I can make the next set of armor, and then I need to see about each individual tool. Ugh! It's gonna be rough, but we'll make it. We're very close to being able to get through Titan. I honestly might be able to do it if I just make a higher level food. Like, just getting my culinarian up a little bit. Which is a pain. I need to make something very easy. Noble grapes. How noble are these grapes? Yeah, I think I think this is how we're going to level culinarian, is on grape juice for a little while. And then that will give me access to some higher level foods that I can probably make. And then lanolin when we got that done. Yeah. Okay, I think we've got a game plan for that. All right, tomorrow is going to be mostly 14. I'm probably going to do Pilgrim's Traverse 1 to 100 because I want my challenge log. I should be able to get stuff with luminous oils tomorrow, assuming we finish the whole 100 floors. Oh yeah, that news is from like a few weeks ago, Valtis. I played that game in its early form, but when it was nothing but concepts. But yeah, and NetEase, I mean, you know how that goes. So yeah, I'm going to wrap right about now. We'll be live from 10 a.m. till 5 p.m. tomorrow. And from 3 to 5, I'll be doing what I believe is my last newbie session. Hopefully everything is working a-okay. I'm planning on getting confirmation about that beforehand. And if not, I have backup plans just in case. But I am going to need people. We're probably going to be doing mostly content that is 8 players tomorrow. So if you're around 3 p.m. Eastern... we are going to be needing bodies over on Marlboro on Crystal. So feel free to come join. We'll probably be doing some trials, maybe some maps. I'm not doing Unreal with the newbies. They're not even 100. They're 90. They skipped. And then we're just doing things that they're capable of doing at 90. They're not going to level to 100. Not on sponsored time. No one wants to see them do that. Not to mention, throwing them into the deep end of even just an extreme trial would be asking for a lot, because they have not had the time to get comfortable with the systems well enough. Anyway, that's going to be a wrap for me. I'll be back tomorrow. And yeah, that'll be part of the plan. Probably Pilgrim's Traverse into that. So I'll need a few people for Pilgrim's Traverse bright and early as well to make sure we can actually get through all 100 floors. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for the subs. Thanks for the resubs. And I'll see you guys later. Until then, I bid you adieu. Bye-bye.